Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now let's move towards a new section where we are going to talk about forms, user input and play around them. Now what I mean by this is till now we have been taking data that was hard coded. That means I have all these data defined by myself only. But it's good time for us to understand how to take data from user. That means how to take a new task from our web page. So for that we are going to utilize form and few other fields inside form. It can be input, it can be checkbox, it can be select option. So there will be many things that we can take as our input from user, and then we can submit that information and add it here. So that's the major goal of this whole section. Now during this whole process we will also understand how to submit things, how to control form, how to control its field, as well as talk about new hook. So that's the aim of this section. The other quick information that I want to give you is that I have updated the page. That means I try to do a quick improvement with our current design. I have removed the open heading and added here inside our unordered list. I have also changed the text for this button, and earlier it was hide and show, now it's hide task and show task. Working is still the same. So I've wrapped things here and there. I've changed a bit of CSS, increased the font size for them. Also now we are not using zoom. That means I'm not zoomed into 125%. I'm currently on 100%. So all the fonts are increased here and there. The width is also 1200 pixel. You just need to copy paste the CSS, or I should say you can just download the entire new file. That would be much easy. For example, I created a div and inside that I added this h1n button. So they are on same line. And the other thing I did is I added a new CSS file which is for this particular section. So we are going to play with lot of things and all the CSS is already there. So you can access the initial file and start working from it. That's great. Now let's dive deep with our topic. Let me close my index and let me get into my task list. Yep. So if you observe, this is the entire section that we created for our task list. Now what I want to do is I want to add a new section on top of this where we will have a form to add a new task. So what we need is we need the task title, or I should say the task name or something like this. And then I also need an ID, and I also need information if the task is completed or not. By default what we can do is we can say task is incomplete or in pending state. So all the tasks that are not completed will be in red and the task which is completed will be in green. We can do something like this. So what I'm going to do is instead of adding more code here, I can create a new component along with a new section. So we will have section on the top which will be about our form, and then this is to show our task. That means section to add task and then section to show task. Okay, so let me close this one. What I'm going to do is here I'm going to have a new file and let's say add task.js. We can also say add task form. That should also be fine according to the naming part. Okay, let me use RAFC, remove the code. You can also use underscore RFC. And here I am going to create a section called add task. Now remember there are multiple naming convention that you can follow with the CSS. The common is either to use this, or you can have add dash task, or you can have the camel case add task. It's according to you. I am going to follow add task for now since I have all my CSS according to it. Okay, so this is our section. Inside this we need to create form and have all our field. So all I have to do is I just create a form. Let's say form, and I need to remove action for now because we will have a different method to submit information. Okay, inside this we are going to have everything. Let me save, and the first thing I'm going to do is import my CSS which is already written. So I can just say slash add task.css. Much easy for now. Awesome. Now form can have multiple information. we can have information about not just text, but there can be other types, if you know. Like for example, if I say input, we have text, we can have email, we can have password, or any other information according to our need. But at the end of the day, we are dealing with input. So if we are trying to do anything in future, it will be same for type text or type email or anything else. So there is no major difference. Okay, let me remove this, and first I'm going to talk about a label. Let's say I have a label, and you will see that instead of for, I have HTML for. Why? Remember, for is a reserved keyword with JavaScript, and we cannot use inside our JSX. So instead of for, we have HTML for. Let's say task name, something like this. And then I am going to have an input field which will be of type text, and this for need to be associated with this input, so we can provide a name and ID. Let's give a name here as task and task to them as well. If I save, get back here, I don't have this form. How? Well, we haven't attached it. That means we haven't included this in our app. We have created this, the component exists, but we haven't attached this on our app.js. So what I need to do is I need to import it. I need to just go with import, and that should be my add task, and that will be from /component /add task. Now you will see one difference. Here I have double quotes and here single quotes. That's because this was auto import. So by default, auto imports usually use these single quotes, and I don't like them. Working is exactly the same, but I just want a proper sync. Okay, great. Now here I just want to add it. Let me copy paste this one and add the add task here. Let me save, get back here. You can see now we have our form. So here is the task name, which is the label, and if I click on this label, you can see I get access here. That means if I click here, type, it will be inside my input field. Why? Because they both are associated with the help of this HTML for. Great, this is one way by which we can have our input field, and then also we can have a button. Let's say button, and here I just need to say add task or add, and here I also need to add a type, and I'm going to say submit. Let me save, get back here. You can see I have add task and I have a simple input and label. Now one important thing that you need to remember, that you can add any type of attribute that exists with HTML. There are chances that you might face error because of the naming part, like instead of for, now we have HTML for, but the attribute exists that we use with HTML. In JSX, all attribute exist. There can be some naming change because of reserve keyword. Let me add some. Let me add a placeholder, for example. So let's say task name, something like this. And then also we can have a maximum length. So I can go with max length and I can provide information. Or the important one that I really use is autocomplete, and I always use off. So if I save this one, get back here, you can see now this is task and there is no autocomplete. If I remove autocomplete, I will get all type of suggestions according to this name field. Okay, that's great. So this is some basic HTML stuff, but since we are utilizing them in JSX, I'm just mentioning each and everything. One important thing you need to remember, that this closing tag should be there with input, with break, with images. This should be there. Why I am informing this again? Because in future, maybe you are trying to copy code from normal HTML file, or maybe you are trying to copy code from just internet, some random website. Chances are this closing tag is missing and you are going to get an error. If I remove this for now, save, get back here, you can see you have an error. React works great at the time of error information. you can literally see information about line and what type of error we are getting, which is expected JSX closing tag. So we are on line 8 and here we need to add that. Great, that's all for this one. And if I try to submit some information, let's say random, if I add, nothing is going to work. But we are going to have this information on our URL tab. And if I just get here, I'm not going to get an error. Yup, no error here. So that means we are not getting any type of error. Things are working fine and we can work on further functionalities. Thank you for following. Now in the next lecture, let us try to understand how to keep an eye on this input field, how to see its changes. For example, if I am typing here, I want React to notify for something, maybe just have information about what I am typing or just do a console log of things that I am typing. So we want that control, and in the next lecture, let us get that control. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us focus on control. If you remember in the previous one, I talked about that I can have access to all the information that I'm trying to type inside my input. So it can be anything. But before that, let me quickly remove this label. So I just want to have my input only, and since I have a placeholder, so it's pretty clear that here I'm going to enter a task name. That's great. The other thing is I changed the color of this button because earlier I was using the default button and now I have overwritten the color. That's great. Okay, so now we need to focus on change. Yep, that's the listener that we need to work with. So on change basically call a function, whatever the function that we are going to mention here, it calls that particular function every time we have a change with our input field. So maybe we add a new text, add a number or anything else, or maybe we just remove them. OnChange will call that particular function. Either we can just pass an anonymous function to do something. It can be anything. Let's say console.log. And we have access to that information. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. So we can do that. Or we can just describe a function and call it here. Totally depend on our requirement. Now what I'm going to do is here on the top, I am going to describe a function. So let's say const, I'm going to say handle input or handle task, something like that. Handle change, let's say, and I am going to do something, and here I'm going to call that handle change. Great, and I can just say console.log. I'm going to say dash only. Let me save, get back here. Now if I try to do something, it should console log. If I say A, you can see I have that dash. A, you can see. That means I can track that change. Now I can track that value as well. So what I have to do is I have to accept the event. It will be there by default. That means this event is going to have information about the value that I am changing or anything else. So let's say I am going to work with this event. You will also see people using E instead of event. It's just the parameter name that you want. And I can access that value with the help of event, target and value. I hope you remember this point from JavaScript. Let me save, get back here, clear this up, also remove this from my URL, enter, and let's type A, B, C. You can see I am able to print that value. That's great. Now I have access to the value. I can do a lot of things. Maybe I just want to print that information down here, that whatever I am typing, or maybe I just want to calculate the length or anything. I can do that. All I have to do is just do from here. So let's say I create state here. Let's say const, and I'm going to say task value, and let's say set task value. I can say use state, and by default it should be empty. And then instead of console log, I can just set this task value. So that means every time I do a change, I am going to update this task value with the value that I am entering. It can be ABC or any type of task. And let me try to print it here. So I can create a p tag and just print it here. Let me save, get back here. And if I try to add a new task, let's say record YT video. I know the font is small, but you can see that we are able to access this information. Now this information can be used in different other ways. Maybe I just want to calculate the length. I can do that just to demonstrate the length. Or maybe I want to add a restriction that if I cross this length, I want to just pop up an alert. Remember, I can do that. So let's say I can use dot length. You can see it's 15 character. So that's how I can play with this information. I can just use this length for some reason if I want and just do an alert, something like this. So this is possible according to our need. Now the other thing is you don't need to create a new function for that. If you want, you can do this in a single line as well with the anonymous function, and you can just say set task value, and instead of passing it here, you can directly pass things here. And here you need to access that. It can be E, so it is much readable. So you just don't need it. And if I save, get back here, things are still working fine. That's it. I hope you got the idea. In the next lecture, let us try to explore more about it. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, let us try to have more control to our input and basically have a button to reset this input field. So what I am going to do is I am just going to have a span tag, and I'm going to apply a class which is going to be reset, and I'm going to give it a value as reset. Remember, I'm not going to utilize a button because every time I click a button, it is going to refresh that page. Then I need to involve event.prevent default, something like this. If you know JavaScript, you know it gets complicated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize this span and then reset option here. Simple. I've already applied this class, so it is going to look better. And what I need to do, as soon as I click on it, I can have the option to on click. It is going to handle the reset. Awesome. Now here I just need to create that function which is my handle reset, and what it is going to do is it is going to reset my value, which is my task value. I just need to utilize the set task value, provide an empty string which is the original one, the initial one, and that's it. Let me save, get back here. Now if I type something here, let's say ABC reset, you can see this is cleared, but we still don't have a clearance here. How to clear this one? Well, for that we need to provide a value, and the value will be our task value basically. Why? Because we have control over this task value, which is our state. So if we clear this task value, if we reset this, it is going to basically reset our value. And if we set any type of value for our task value, it is going to set it here as well. So it's easy for us to control it now. Now if I type something here, chances are you are going to get some error. Just refresh this, it will be fine. And once that is done, I can say ABC. If I click on reset, both are cleared now because they depend on task value, and here we are setting them as empty. Now remember, if you have other field as well, maybe you have other input field, so you need to reset them as well. Remember this point. Maybe you have input field for email and password, then you need to create two state. One will be for email and then other one will be for password, and at the time of setting these value you need to clear two values. Okay, that's it. That's all to handle this reset thing. Now here the important thing was to make you understand that we can use these values. That's great. So there are few things. I hope you got the idea. We have on click, when we can use this in our form. We have on change, we can use this. Now there is one thing other, which is on submit. You see this button? Well, this is going to create trouble. At this point of time, we are just playing with single field. But when we click on this submit button, we have access to all the information from our form and we need to use that information. In the next lecture, we are going to discuss on that. Thank you for following. I hope you got the idea how to utilize onClick and clear some stuff on our form. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us focus on submit button. Till now we understood about reset, on change, but it's good time for us to understand about this button which is going to help us submit information. So all we have to do is when we are working with form, we have option to use on submit, and here we can mention the function where we need to submit our information. So here I can have option, let's say handle submit. And all I have to do is take this one, create a function here. I know I'm utilizing arrow function, you can use the normal function, things are going to remain same. Now here what I want when I submit is I want to access the information. So there are two ways to access information. Either I can access the information directly with the help of my task value. Since I have stored this, I have created a state here. Or I can utilize something like event and then access information about my name. Remember this name, it is going to be my task. Suppose I have other input field as well, I can do that similarly for them. Suppose I have other input field as well, so I will have access to that also with the help of name. So that's how things are going to work. So what I am going to do here is I am just going to access the information with task value. So let's say I have this task which is going to be an object and I need name. Suppose I'm adding this task here in my task list, something like this. So I need a ID, I need name, and I need completed, something like this. I need to create it when I'm going to submit. So the first thing is I need an ID. Let's say ID for now is 123. Then I need name, which is going to be our task value. Awesome. Then I need to work with completed. Yep, completed, which by default I am going to say false, because by default all our tasks should be pending. Now here what I am going to do is instead of hand coding any type of ID, I can utilize my math, not my math, but the math from JavaScript. I can just use math.random, which is going to give me any number from 0 to 1. Then I'm going to multiply it by some digit. So I can have, if I want 4 digit, 5 digit, depending on me. Let's say I want, it is going to be, suppose it is going to be 0.1. So if I multiply it by 10,000, it will be 4 digit. But then again, it is not round off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use math.floor to round them off. So this is how I'm going to generate a random ID for each task that I add. And then for no reason, let me just do console.log, which is going to be my task. Now, if you can guess, there is a problem. Remember, we are working with a form, we are working with a button, and we are doing something. There is a problem. Either you can pause and guess, or in a second I will tell. But I am here. If I say ABC, if I click on add task, you can see my page just got refreshed. So how to control that? Well, we need to utilize our event with prevent default. So I can say event, and here I need to go with event.prevent default. That's it. Save, get back here, clear this up. Let's say ABC. If I click on add task, you can see I'm able to console it. Now currently I'm getting an error that my ID is nothing. There is no ID for now. Let's say what we are doing wrong. Oh, I missed my random function actually. Let me save, get back here. Let me try to add it again. Now here you can see things are working fine. I have a random ID, I have name, I have completed. Now it's recommended to have a bigger ID, so the chance of having the exact same number, same random number is decreased. The probability is rare already, but let's have maybe 6 digit, 7 digit ID, so it's decreased, almost negligible. The other thing that we need to take care is that as soon as I add any type of form, this value should be cleared. For example, if I'm submitting some information, this should be clear. So what we can do is we can just clear this set. We can just set this, or we can call this handle reset. If we only have one field, we can just set this, but if we have multiple fields, it's better to just call this function. Call this function, and let me save, get back here, and if I click on add, you can see now it's cleared. So that's how we can play with it. Now let's try to do one more fun stuff. Let me add one more field here, since currently we are just working with one field, but it's great idea to add some other type of field here. So what I am going to do is I am going to have a select option. Let's say I have the option to select that if the task is pending or completed. So I can just add an option, and I can say if the task is completed or something like pending. With pending, I want to pass this as false. With completed, I want to pass this as true. So I can have a JavaScript value which is false, and this can be true. Remember, we are going to access this value at the end of the day. This is just to show people, just to show user, just to show on our website. Let me save, get here. Now here we need to work on the same problem, which is to access this information. So let me first arrange this in a better format. Let me say this reset is on the top, and the button here, and then here I need to create a new const, and here then I need to create a new state, and this time instead of task value it will be the situation, the progress value, something like this, progress, something like this, and set progress pending or complete. You can have any other term, and by default I'm going to say it's false. So this is going to be the progress value, and on change I can just set the progress value. I'm going to say set progress. I can access the event, and what I just need to do is access the event dot target dot value, whatever the value we change. Awesome. And then instead of false, I can just pass the value of my progress. Looks good to me. Let's see if we get any error. No error right now. Refresh, things looks fine to me. Let me add a task ABC. This is great right now, and we are not clearing the progress right now. So let's say if I am adding a pending, click on add task, you can see 785 ABC completed, false. Okay, looks good. This is also set, reset is done. Let's do something else. Let's say ABC completed, add task. We have this task, this is true this time, but I think this is a string right now. We need to take care of this. The other thing is we need to reset this completed. If I click on reset, nothing is happening. So first we need to reset here, set progress, and we need to reset it to false. That should be the first step, and we also need to provide the value field here. So let's say value, which is going to be our progress. Looks good to me. We followed the exact same step that we did earlier here with input. Okay, get back here, reset. You can see it's pending. So now if I say ABC, if I say completed, if I click on add task, you can see everything is reset, and this is fine. The only thing we need to focus on this true part. So first what I'm going to do is I am going to have a console log here to access this value and see what we are getting. And let me also remove this value. Let me save, get back here, clear this up. Let's say completed, it's true. Pending, it's false. Completed, it's true. So that means this value is correct, the value that we are sending here. So I can undo this. So we are passing the correct value with our set progress. I am going to do one quick test. I am going to do a console log and I'm going to check the type of progress. So I am just going to utilize type of and pass this here. Let me save, and if I do any type of, let me refresh, clear ABC, it's completed. If I add task, it's string. So the best thing I can do is convert into boolean. So if I have this as boolean, convert this progress, save, and let's try to have ABC. Let's pass completed, add task. Now we have boolean. This is great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to set it here. I know I confused you guys a lot, but I was trying to show how thinking process work. So what happened was when I was trying to save the progress, it was saving it as string. So instead of playing with anything else, I just converted this string or whatever the response I'm getting into boolean. So now if by any chance if this value comes as true or false as string, it will convert it as boolean. The other thing I can also do right now is now I can convert this into as a simple string, because at the end of the day we are converting it into boolean. Let me save, get back here. I tried to be raw this time. Let's see. If I say ABC, if it's pending, let me add this task. You can see it's available here. Let me say ABC again. Let's say completed, add this task, it's working. Now one more thing I'm going to say, ABC, completed, reset, things are working fine. So that's how we are going to submit our task. Now there were 3 important points that we did. We first understood how to submit. Without working on this button, we worked on the form on submit method. That was the first important task in this lecture. The second one, we were only working with input. So what I did is I added a new field in the form of select, because working with input was easy for us. We did this earlier as well. So the aim was to bring out a new field and work with submit. With submit, we try to work on change. So every time I'm working with a new field, it is going to set the new state about this field, which was progress. Great. This worked well. And we also create our association. So every time I need to clear stuff, it would be easy. So we have a value as progress. The third thing was to handle all of this submit. We created a random ID, we stored this task, and the other important thing, we tried to convert stuff from one point to another. That means from string to boolean. That's it. Now we can remove this console.log. Now the only reason I am trying to save information in a task variable is in further lecture I want to add this task here. So all of this and then comma a new task that we get from user, or just remove this hand coded task and add our own task. That's the main motive, and that's what we are going to do in the next one. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our work to add a new task in our task list. So at this point of time we have a different component for this and a different component for this, but now we need to get some information from here and add it here. Okay, this is going to be tricky. What I mean by this is I have this task list and I need to add a new task. That should be done from our add task. So basically if I visualize this from our tree purpose, our component tree purpose, we have app, and inside that app we have header, we have add task, we have task list, and we have footer. Now we need to send some information from this task list to add task. which is not possible, they are sibling. So what I am going to do is I am going to create these information here from my app, and then I am going to pass inside both of them. Let me do that. Let me do simple stuff. Let me take this task from here, create it here. Okay, so now I have this task method. So now I have information about this state as well as this set state. Now what I can do is I can simply pass this information. I can pass this information here. I can say just task, which will be my task. And then I am going to have set task, which will be my set task. And I can simply access both of them here, my task and my set task. Awesome. So for now everything is going to work as it is without any problem. If I get back here, okay, we have a problem. We haven't defined this use state. So I can just get here, click on control and space, so I will get this suggestion, and I click here. So now you can see I got this import. Let me take this at the top. Awesome. Save, get back here, and things are working fine. Let me clear this, refresh this. Yep, things are working fine. So that means since I am not able to share information with siblings, I started the information from parent so I can pass to its child. Now I need all this information with add task as well. Why? So I can call this set task, and I can add some other task, and I can also access the previous task. So what I'm going to do, get inside my add task, and whenever I am going to submit this information, okay, first let me add it here, which is going to be my task and set task. Okay, so now whenever I am going to get a call for this submit information, before resetting information, I am going to say set tasks, and I am going to add this new task, and we are going to have a problem. Just wait a second. So if I get here, I clear this, I say ABC, I add this task, and I got an error. Well, why this error? The basic information you need to remember is this is a list, the first thing, and then inside this list we have an object, and here what we are trying to pass, directly an object? Nope. So what we need to do, we first need to have a list. Inside this list we need to pass an object. Again we are going to get a different type of result, don't worry, but let's see what happens right now. Save, get back here, clear all this stuff, refresh. Okay, now if I say ABC, if I add this task, you can see now I have this task. I have this, let's say random, let's say completed, add this task. You can see I have this, but I have cleared everything else. Why? Because I'm setting this task, I am passing this list, and inside this I only have one object, which is the newest one that I have. So what I need to do is I also need to access the previous object with the help of my tasks that I access it here, and then add the newest one, or I can use push or concatenation to add this new task. Remember, these are two different things. This is tasks which I access from the parent, and this is task which we are creating here. Now let me try this one. Let's see if this works or not. Let me get here, refresh this. I get the hand coded task. Let's say ABC. Let me add this task, and you can see it's working fine. Let me say random, add this task, it's working fine. So this is one way by which we can do. Here we are utilizing our information about arrays. So I have the previous task, I am adding them here by spreading them, and then my task. Why I am doing this? Because this is a list itself. It will open up like this otherwise. So by using dot dot dot, I remove this and I only get the inside content. So it will be like this, and then the new task, which will be another object like this. So I hope you got the idea what we actually did. Here we are just resetting the task with previous information and with new information. Okay, let's save. Now what I am going to do is I am going to clear this manual coded information. So it's an empty list now. Save, get back here. If someone visit this page as a fresh user, they will have option to add task. Let's say record React lectures. I am in pending state. I'm currently doing that, and click on add. I got one. You can also keep an eye on these IDs. Let's say edit this lecture. Pending, add this. Awesome. Keep an eye on IDs as well. And let's say rewatch this. Let's say view videos. Something like this. This is completed. Suppose if I click on add, you can see that's how we are going to do. So this is one way of doing all this stuff. And now I'm not using any hand coded stuff. It is empty. So that means by default, if I visit the page, everything will be empty. And I'm adding a new task. By default, on the first run, this is empty. I got no item. So I added a new task. On the second run, what I had is I was having one object. And then I added a new task. On the third run, I had two objects and added a new task, something like this. This was important. I know there are chances that you might feel, okay, this was easy, or there are chances that you might feel, okay, this was hard. You don't have to worry. I just hope now you understand this. It can be easy, it can be hard, but you should understand this now. That's great. There is one thing that I want to talk about, that if I refresh this, everything is gone. Nope, we don't have any information. Why? Because we are not saving this anywhere. We are saving this in a form of state which just clear up as we refresh. So remember this point, that everything we are doing right now is not saved anywhere. Either we can use localhost, or if in future we work with some backend, maybe some Firebase database, we can store that there. Right now it's nowhere. So that's great. One information also I want to talk about, like save all of these things inside main. So I'm not going to save this. It's not saved right now. So if I visit, this is the current state. The problem is my footer is hanging in between. So I have my header, my add form, my display task, and then this footer. This should be at the bottom, right? So what I did is I keep all my section. Remember, this add task is a section. Remember this part, it's a section. This task list is also a section. So this main contains all the section of my website, and this main itself is 90 VH in height. So if I save, get back here, now you can see the footer is at the bottom. Why? Because of the CSS. If I open the CSS, it's simple thing. I'm just going to take a few seconds. So the minimum height is 90% of my screen, and the width is 1200 pixel. Margin is auto, so it will be at center, and then some spacing. The only reason I'm taking this is so my footer is at the bottom, and the important thing, if I right click here, talk about the structure of HTML. I have my header, I have my main, and then I have my footer. Inside main, I have all my section. It can be any other section. So I have a structured page. Now this might not impact right now, but as we grow our project, as we have multiple pages, these structure are important. So that's all. I hope you got the idea. One final thing that I want to do is get into my public folder, get into my index, and here I have option to change stuff like my title. I can say task list or taskmate, whatever my project name is right now. Let's say taskmate React app. So my title will be updated. I can also change my favicon, my logo, and all the other information that we will do in our project, but that's it. It's basically a project only. Now you have a full-fledged website with a form and a display functionality. Let's say ABC. It's in pending state. Add, let's say XYZ. It's in completed state. Add, and if I delete this, everything is working fine. Awesome. That's all for this one. In the next one, I'm going to talk about a new hook that is going to simplify our life much more. So I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, let us discuss about a hook called as useRef. Now remember, this hook helps us to create some reference to any particular field, but that field, that value should not be rendered. What I mean by this is I can create a reference to this particular field, but I cannot render it. At currently we are rendering this value, right? I cannot do that. Let's take an example and understand about it. Currently all our reference, all our rendering is done with the help of this task value. So I'm going to comment this out and I'm going to import useRef here. UseRef, and let's create this reference. I'm going to call this reference as, let's say, const, and I'm going to call this as task value. Yep. And here I'm going to use my reference. Awesome. Now we have created this reference, but it is not attached anywhere. We need to attach it. We need to attach it with a value. Maybe it can be input, it can be select, or anywhere else. So we need to attach this value. So I'm going to take this value here. I'm going to scroll down, and remember I can provide an initial value as well. So if I have something like a initial default value, suppose I am working with the age field or something like this pending field, so I need to have a default value of false. I can do that. Remember here we had the default value, something like this, or even an empty string. I can create this default value. Awesome. So first I need to create this reference. So suppose I'm creating reference with my input. So what I'm going to do is I am going to remove this value and I'm going to add my reference, and the reference was task value, or I should give a different name so we don't get confused. Let's say task ref. So now I'm this task, don't confuse this with this one. It's entirely different hook. So I have this task reference and I have created a connection with my input field, which is this one. So that means now anytime I need information about this input field, I can do that with the help of this task reference, this task ref. I can get it value, I can reset it, whatever I want to do. Let's do some stuff. So here I was trying to print out the change, something like this. So suppose if I want to access this value, let's say console log my task ref. I am not going with event. Remember, I can go with my task reference. I can say dot current, or let me try to print this one first, which is my task reference, and also comment all of this task value thing. Otherwise I'm going to get an error. Let me save, get back here. There is at task 19 and 13, which is this, let's say ABC, and this. Okay, let me remove. Now let me get back here, click on inspect, get back to my console, clear this. Now if I say ABC, you can see I am getting some information about this input, and I have this current. Inside this I have a value about ABC. So that means with the help of this task ref, I can access its value. I can access the reference value anytime. I just need to get into my current and then the value. If I save, get back here, clear this, and if I say ABC, you can see ABC. Now I can do this anywhere. If I need to reset, if I need to do anything, all I have to do is get into my this value of current and I can say empty string. So if I need to do that, I can get here and let's say ABC, and if I reset, you can see the value is gone. But the problem is I cannot render it. Suppose I can pass this information now here. I have this task ref current value. This is working fine. This reset is working fine. I don't even need this handle change now because I don't need to save a task value. I can just remove this, comment this, and this reset is working fine, this submit is working fine, but I cannot print this, I cannot render this actually. So if I save and also remove this, save, get back here, you can see this render is not working. But if I click on add task, you can see I'm able to add this task, but the render is not going to work. So let me give you a quick revision. What was this? So useRef is a hook that helps us to create a reference point to any element, whichever element we want, and then we can access its information anytime, we can change its information anytime we want. But the only thing is we cannot render it. You can see that's not needed for rendering. Something like this, it's there. We can provide our initial information, create this reference. If you see, they have interval reference, they give it a 0 value, and then they have access to the current, they do all the stuff. But the important information is that how to create this reference. You can just say ref and then provide the value. And then since we are working with this current, we have a different type of option. If it's an input field, we can work with focus and all the other stuff. The only two pitfall is that you cannot rewrite the current. We can rewrite the value but not the current, and also we cannot render it. I hope you got the idea. I really wanted to talk about this hook and I thought it will integrate well with this example. So that's all, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side, and it's time to level up. Till now we have been discussing about some simple components, we have been discussing about states, and we focus more towards UI part, that is how to structure our component and design few basic stuff, understand about CSS. So we have been doing well. But now let's dive deep with core topics. So in this section as well as in the next section, we are going to juggle up some advanced topic. We'll be talking about how to create our own API in front end as well, so we can test stuff. We'll be talking about different hooks, and we are going to create our own hook. That means a custom hook. So we are going to juggle some core topics, and this is going to be much tougher than whatever we did till now. So get ready to level up. The first thing, we are going to talk about JSON server. It's a package that helps us to create our own API. Now, one thing I need to tell you, that API is usually developed by backend. We just get it, we start working on it. So what happens is, when we start working on front end, we don't usually have an API because API is handled by backend team. What we need to do is, we need to create fake API, we need to have some sort of links, we need to have some sort of response so we can test our front end project. That's where this whole JSON server come into picture. We can define our own APIs, define our own data, and do lot of stuff. Now this JSON server or fake API is not restricted to this section or next section. We are going to utilize it in lot of projects as well as in lot of concept, because in real world you play a lot with API. Each website play a lot with API, and for that we have a solution. We have our own server now. We can create any type of API, test out the result, build out designs, and use our core React concept. So all you have to do is get onto npmjs.com, search about JSON server, you will get onto this page. Lot of information are here. Also click on the GitHub link, you will get all the information about the code source as well as step-by-step tutorial. Don't worry, we are going to cover it, but if you want to read, here is the complete process. Now what I am going to do, I am just going to install it on our global level. Now what I mean by global level, well, other apps also can utilize our JSON server. So we are now going to play with APIs. But before that, let us create our new project so we can experiment things from basics. What I am going to do, get inside my practice folder, and here I am going to have npx, remember npx, and then I just need to use create react app, and then I'm going to call the project as shopmate. No reason, you can call it anything else. I'm trying to create an API to demonstrate or display different product. So let's say shopmate, press enter. It is going to take few minutes to create our folder. Now let me fast forward the entire installation process and then open my VS Code. This looks fine. Okay, now I need to just change the folder. Let me get into change directory and get into shopmate. Looks good. Get into my VS Code, which is code dot. Yep. Here it is. We have our basic structure. I just need to do a quick cleanup. Let me remove my setup test. Then I need to remove this report web vital, also remove our svg. Then I have this test file. Okay, this cleanup is done. Get here, remove all the unwanted code, save, and then get into our app, remove the entire header as well as svg. Looks good to me. Now what I'm going to do, open our terminal, and here I just need to go with npm start. Currently we are going to get an empty page since we don't have any content inside our app. So what I am going to do, I am going to have a h1 tag and let's say hello world. Let me save, get back here. Things are looking fine to me right now. So let's talk about our JSON server. What we need to do, well, we just need to install this. So all I need to do, copy this one. Either I can install here or I have my terminal inside VS Code. Anything will work fine. So let me pause the server, install this one. Okay, the installation is done. Now if I get into my package.json, I'm not going to get this JSON server because this was global. So if I get here, if I look here, you don't see the JSON server, but you will have access to JSON server, don't worry. If you mention the dependency, it will be added here. Basically, I just want to show that it's not here, but it is still going to work since it's global. Okay, now let's get back here. What we need to do is we need to have a db.json. We can define all type of links or API endpoint that we want, and then we just need to run that server. Now here you need to remember one important point, that this JSON server will be on port 3000 by default, and our React app is also on port 3000. So there are chances that we get an error. Because of that, we need to change port for at least one of them. But before that, let's create the step. Let's create a data file. Let's say data. Inside this, I'm going to have my db.json, and inside this, I'm going to mention all the information. So basically what happened here is we just need to create an object and we just need to define our endpoint. It can be about our product, our user. We can define multiple of them. So let's say I'm going to have a products endpoint, and then I just need to provide a list and then each individual object. So this can be my product 1, product 2, and then the entire information. Now if I want to add another endpoint, I am going to have this link. I am going to define it. Maybe I want to define featured product, which is going to be a different list. So feature products, and I can do some similar task. It is going to be list than each individual product. So that's how we can define stuff. Now why I am telling this right now, because it is going to be bulky once we start adding multiple products. So let's add here. I'm going to define things myself only. So let's say I okay, let me format this properly. This is my first product. So let's say I have a product and then I'm going to have a ID. Remember, this is JSON and not JS. It's JSON, not JavaScript. So you will see these codes. Yeah, so I'm going to have ID. Let's say 10,001. Then I need name for that particular product. I am going to have a name. Suppose I am creating a e-commerce, so or I am creating a course website or ebook website, something like this. So suppose I have a ebook website, so I have this ebook which is basics to advanced in React. These are the two information, and then I have an option about price. Let's say it's for $29, and the other information I want to include is maybe rating, maybe stock or something like this. So I can just say in stock, and it is going to be true if the product is available, something like this. Now I can add multiple of them because it's easy now to add, copy paste. Let's say 2, let's say 3, let me add another one, let's say 4. Let me copy paste some name. Okay, this looks fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this as false, so later on we can have some differentiation. This as 19, this as maybe 49, this as again 49, this as 99, something like this. That's it. This is great. We have a proper product link API endpoint, which if we hit this endpoint, we are going to get these 4 products. Awesome. Let me save. And for now I'm going to close this one. I'm going to open my terminal, and here currently you see this is just one terminal. So if I say npm start, I'm going to block this one. So how I'm going to start a server for my JSON? Well, for that we can create a new terminal. Let's select the new terminal. You can see we can switch them, and this is running behind the scene, and I can just switch to new terminal, and here I just need to call this command. If I jump here, JSON server watch db.json, but here we need to do some change. The first thing is it will be data/db.json because we kept this db file inside our data folder. The other thing is we need to run on a different port. So let's say JSON server watch, then data/db.json. This actually start from the root folder, and then I need to go with --port space 8000, and if I run this one, you can see now this is working fine. And what if I copy this one, actually get here and try to open this one? Awesome, this is working fine. I'm going to zoom it a bit. The other thing you are going to see is this tab. This is because I'm using an extension, otherwise you are not going to see in this proper way or this color format. So for that I recommend an extension called as JSON formatter. You can access it for free through extension store. Just install it and then you will have things formatted. So now this is an API endpoint. We can hit on this endpoint and we can get any type of information. Now not just this endpoint, JSON server give access to lot other power. For example, if I say /10001, which is basically my product ID, this ID, I am going to get information specifically for that product. So that means if we have individual product page, we can handle this. If I have this, you can see I get information about my second product. Not only this, we have functionalities like search and other thing as well. So if I scroll down here, you can see this first product, something like this we just did. So we can get this information. We can send a post request, put request, patch as well as delete request. And the important point is that we can get deep properties. Maybe we want to search something, maybe we want to get specific titles, we can do that. And we can also sort things according to their price or something else. So for example, if I need to sort according to the price point, so all I have to do is add parameter question mark, and here I can sort according to the price. Currently it's ascending, so you can see now this is $19, $49, $49 and $99. So that's how you are going to sort things. Now you might not use this right now just in the next section or in this section. I'm informing you this because maybe you work in a bigger project, So this is going to help you a lot with fake API. One thing you might see me using a lot is underscore like. It's basically a search functionality. So for example, if I have something like name, and you can see I am having this suggestion name and then underscore like equals to, and maybe I have something like React. If I pass this information, it is going to search and find all the product that includes the term React. Currently we don't have many products. Let me add one more that includes the term React. Basically, let me minimize this and add a new product. Let's say 5 build a blockchain from scratch in React. Okay, and price is 199. Say get back here. If I refresh this, you can see now the search React is giving me 2 results. So this is super powerful, and if I just remove the React, it is going to give me all the items because there is no search term, so I'm getting access to all items. And you can also use and then specify multiple condition, and that is going to work great. You can have a full text search with q equals to, which is your query, and lot more stuff. You're not going to utilize all of this together right now, but as you progress you might see me using this in different projects, or you start utilizing this whole power for your own projects. So that's all the information I wanted to give you about this JSON server. So there are a few things that I need to remind you. The first thing, that we are running 2 terminals. The first one is for our React app and the second one is for our JSON server. This JSON server is independent and it has no relation to our React app. We kept this in a same folder so it's easy for us. Otherwise you can create any folder, maybe in desktop or anywhere else. You just need to run this command in that particular folder. Currently my data file was inside my shopmate, so I call this whole thing inside this shopmate. If my data file was on practice folder, I will call this JSON server inside that practice folder. Remember this point. It has nothing to do with our React app. If our React app doesn't exist, if we delete our app, only this folder exists, we can still run our JSON server and things will work fine. It's on different port. Remember this point, we are treating this as a different backend. So that's the first point. We are now running 2 different server for our React app and then for our JSON. The other important point, that now we have our endpoint. We can call individual element if we want. We can try to search according to our name for any specific term, and we can also arrange item according to ascending, descending for any particular price or any other parameter that we want. So that's all. I hope you got the idea. Now we are going to get into our React app and start calling this fake API, take some response and play with it. So that's the aim from now. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our task to call the API and access the information and then create a UI to display that information. What I mean by this is we are going to utilize fetch API, the native JavaScript one. So that means we can call this API, our product API, get information. Now we are going to have that information. We are going to store that information to some type of state and then display it. So before diving deep into all of this, let me create a new file, or I should say folder, and call this as components. Inside this I am going to have my product list component, and inside this we are going to do everything. I also need to import this here. Let me get here, go with import. It will be product list. You can just have control space, it will give you all the information, so that would be much easier. And let me add it here. So it will be product list, save. If I get back here, you can see now I have this product list. Also, one thing I am going to do is I am going to add a h1 tag here and just call product list. So I have some type of heading. Yep. Inside this, I am going to do all my task, which is to utilize our state or all the concept that we are going to learn in this whole section. So the first simple thing is we need to call the fetch API, get information of all the stuff and understand more, right? So the first thing we need to do is call the fetch API and demonstrate our product inside our return. So here what I'm going to do is I am going to have my const, I'm going to have my products and then set products. So this is going to be the list of products that I'm going to utilize and show here. By default it is going to be empty array. Simple. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize fetch. This is going to take our URL. So let me copy this one, get back here. Now this is going to send us a response, and if you remember we can use dot then, and here I am utilizing the chaining and it will be a promise. So let's say I got the response and then I just need to get it in the form of JSON. So response.json. Awesome. And then I just need to utilize that data. This is all JavaScript stuff. And let's say console.log and get that data. Awesome. Let me save, get back here. You can see I got this information, and if I open I have all the 5 products. Now this looks fine. Let me also do one more thing. Let me add a console.log here, and here I'm going to go with my products. So it's easy because at the end of the day our task is to get information, everything inside our products. Get back here, you can see I got an empty array about my products, and here I have information about my data. So what I can do is I can store all the information inside our product using our set products, and then I can just use this product to display everything, right? Yep, let's do that. Let me copy this one, add it here. Remember I haven't saved it yet. You can see the dot. A quick disclaimer, please don't try this. Your system is going to hang. Don't try this. I'm using 64 GB system and still you are going to see what is going to happen right now. So what we are going to do is we are going to call this set product, send this information, and then what happen is when we just save or update the state, it is going to reevaluate everything from top to bottom. You remember we re-render things, right? So when we update any type of state, it re-evaluate everything. So that means it is going to console log, it is going to call the API again, set the product again, console log, call the API again, set the product again. Now since we set product again, it is going to re-evaluate. In the process of re-evaluate, we call this again, and it is going to be an infinite loop. Let me show you. Let me save this one, get back here, and here you can see it's infinite loop. It is not going to stop. So first I need to undo this step. Let me save now, and I don't know if it is saved or not. It is still going because I guess the call was maybe for 10,000 times. So it's still going. You can imagine it's still going. And if I give you a demo inside the terminal, you can see it's going non-stop. And here I have stopped it, but it's still going. The only solution I think right now is either to stop the server for a moment and rerun this. And this is a major issue. So let me stop the server, both servers. Let me start this again. Let me start this again. Things are much better now. All the old calls are stopped because we are not calling or updating our product, so it's not re-evaluating everything. Let's get here again and talk about what we just did. So I'm not going to save this time, I'm just going to give you an idea. So what happened is when we try to update any type of state, it re-evaluate our entire component, and it also re-render the stuff that required to have new information If you remember our counter example, then we also did with our task, so we got some experience. But at the time of re-evaluation, we call this API basically, and it perform all these steps. The problem is now we are inside an infinite loop. Currently we are using this free API that we created. Suppose if this was a paid API, if we are paying any company to use their service, this is going to cost a lot, because if you can see we literally did some thousands of call in a single minute. So to restrict that, we have something called as use effect. Now we need to remember this use effect in relation to side effect. When we are dealing with side effects, we use effect. Okay, I know the rhyming is bad, but I'm trying to make a connection so you remember. So what use effect do is, it give us power to call something once at the time of mounting or at the time of loading, or call it again when we want or when we have some change. I'm going to explain in a bit, but I recommend you to jump onto the documentation. You will have a quick idea about what I'm trying to have. You will get a quick idea about its syntax. Don't worry, I'm going to show it. The new documentation is currently under construction, so I'm going to refer to the previous one. Things are still going to work the same way. So what we need to do is, we need to utilize use effect, and whatever the thing that we need to take care like this, we keep them inside use effect. Okay, so let's take this, let's remove and keep this on the top. Okay, now what use effect do is, it's just a method, a simple method which take two information. The first is the function that we need to call to do certain task. It can be a fetch thing, it can be anything else. It will be inside this whole code block. The second thing is, when we need to run this, do we need to run this once, do we need to run this multiple times, or do we need to take care about any other dependencies? So we need to pass that dependency list. I am going to explain with practical example, don't worry. I'm just trying to explain the syntax. This is the first argument that we need to pass, and this is the second one. Okay, yep. Now inside this code block, we can perform anything that we want. For example, I'm going to say console.log, and here I'm going to say mounted. Let me save. Let me also remove this console log. Let me save. Let me refresh, and here you can see I got mounted twice. Awesome. There's one more thing that we are not going to utilize right now, but we have the option to return, and it can return anything. I'm just going to return something like unmounted. Okay, let me save, get back here again, clear this up, refresh, mounted, unmounted, mounted, unmounted. So that's how this works. Basically, we have a return statement, it will call it by the end. Okay, we don't need to use this right now. Our focus is to understand use effect. Okay, so use effect will be called once when our dependency is empty. So that means anything we want to do right now, we will do it inside here. So suppose we want to have fetch. So we are going to do all the fetch task inside here, because it will be called only once. Yep, you heard it right. We call this, we have this information, we try to set the product. That's it. Now next time, if we are going to reevaluate our component, this will not be called because the dependency is not there. If we try to add any type of dependency, it will see if that is changed or not. For example, if I have something like maybe a count, suppose if I have a count here, for no reason I am taking 0, and I have a dependency of count here. Now in future, if this count is changed, use effect is going to call this function. So if we have any type of other information, it's not just for fetch, we can have our console, we can have other function, anything. If count is changed, that means that's the dependency. If count is changed, we are going to call this again, this whole function again. So that is the meaning of this dependency. And if it's empty, that means at the time of mounting this, at the time of evaluating this for the first time, loading this page, we call this. No worries if you don't understand this, we are going to work with this whole concept for next few lectures. So don't worry, we have lot of example. And let's try to do some stuff. Let's try to have products here. Let me save, get back here, try to clear this up, try to refresh. Now you can see I got empty array, the initial one, and then what I did is I got the information. So that's how use effect help us to have a function that can be called once or called multiple times if we create any dependency. And in the next lecture, let us try to understand this more with the other examples and also create a simple UI with the information that we are trying to have, which is data. Now, why I'm storing this information in products? So I can access this information inside my JSX. Otherwise, I can console it, I can have it in a variable, but as soon as I'm out of the function, the variable scope is empty. So I need to store inside state because state can be accessed anywhere inside our component. So that's the reason we utilize state as well. Okay, that's great. I know I stretched this lecture a bit, but now let's continue with the UI in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now this is going to be an interesting lecture because we are going to talk about a common doubt that you might get. That I'm just loading my page once, but why I'm getting this information again and again? Like I loaded it once, so that means I should have console log and then I do use effect and then console log again. Why? Well, at the time of loading, we got the console log, then we updated our product and we again got the console log because of the reevaluation. So that means my result should be an empty array and then a filled array. That's it. Why I am getting this twice and this 4 times? Well, there are 2 specific reasons. The first one, let me remove this use effect for now, so we can focus on the first one. So if I save this one, let me empty this, and if I refresh this, you can see that we got this 2 times. Why? Well, when we use this React strict mode, it render everything twice. Now remember, this React strict mode is only for development. So that means if you are going to deploy your project on any server, this is not going to affect. Your project will only render once. But when we are on a local system, when we have a local deployment server, it is going to render twice. If I remove this, suppose if I remove this, save, and if I clear this one, refresh, now you can see we only render for once. So that happened behind the scene. That means this React strict mode render or mount our component multiple times. Let's say twice. And that's why you see this console log 2 times. You might see this doubt in future as well. So that's why I'm trying to clear it right now. The other thing is, if I'm using a use effect, why I'm getting this so many times? Let me clear, refresh. Now you can see, you understand this is twice, but why this 4 times? Well, the problem is when we are in a development phase, use effect also call it twice. Yup, if you remember in the previous one, I talked about mount, unmount and then mount again. What happened with use effect is it's call everything here, then call the return method and then call this again. Use effect call itself twice when we are in development phase. So what happened behind the scene is we call this twice and use effect also mounted twice. So that's 4 times. So that's why you are seeing this result. You don't need to do the math, but this is happening because we are in React strict mode. React strict mode mount twice and then use effect mount twice. That's why we are seeing this for 4 times and seeing this for 2 times. If you want to dive deep more, you can search about React component mounting twice. You will get some information about it. You can also set it false or with Next.js or any other framework, or you can just remove this. Also about use effect, you will see this error. This is something new actually. Also with use effect, you will get this information that how to handle the effect firing twice in development. Remember, this is only for development, not with production. So you will see when you are working on a local system. I know there are students who might be confused with this count, but don't worry, we are in a development phase only. So if I just remove this, suppose if I save, get back here, if I clear stuff, refresh, you can see now it's only once. How once? We first evaluate, we console log the empty state, get inside our use state, we set the product, get inside the reevaluation mode, and now we have a filled array, so we console log the filled one. Now we skip this one because it was only for once, and that's it. So if you get here, the first one is about empty, and then we reevaluate with a filled one. So this is how things happen in server, but since we are in development, this should be like this. Yep. So if you want to explore more about this in future, I will recommend searching about this, which is component mounted twice React or some similar term like this. You will get multiple answers. About the use effect firing twice again, it's new, it's only for development phase, and it's only available on the new React doc. And there are very few blogs that talk about it because it's new. I'm just recording after the update of React. So that's it. You don't need to change anything. You just need to be informed that why this happened and what is the science behind it. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us complete the user interface for our use effect. So I am going to keep all my CSS inside app.css only. So they are at one place and we can focus more on concept and less on the CSS part right now. I hope you know how to keep CSS. You can create individual CSS file and then import them later. We should focus more on React concept. So the first thing is now we have access to all the product inside our products state. So what I can do is I can first create a section here. Since it's a component, it will be easy for us to manage. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to access my products. Okay, great. I am going to utilize my map. And then inside this, I will have access to each one of them. Now remember, if you are trying to use curly braces, you need to use a return and then something like this. Or if it's a single line, then you don't need to use return. You can use directly this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a p tag and just go with my product name. So let's say the individual item that we are selecting inside products is product. Let's have it here. Product dot name. Remember, this is inside my map, so I'm trying to use my dynamic expression. Let me save, get back here, and you can see I got a warning about the key. We are going to solve this, but here you can see I got all the names. Super. One thing I need to do, I need to remove the console log. The other thing I should focus is this whole information. So we have information about ID, name, price and stock. Great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div and call this as card, and inside this I'm going to have a p tag. Awesome. And since this is the parent of this whole thing, that means the individual product, I'm going to have a key here because this is the individual one, and I can select product dot id. The other thing I need to do is I am going to create a p tag again, and inside this I will have a span tag, and I will go with product dot price. And the next thing I need is, let's say this is on new line, it will be about if product is in stock or not. So in stock, something like this. It is going to return true and false, right? So if this is true, we are going to say in stock. If this is false, or we can say out of stock or unavailable, something like this. Let me save, and I also need to demonstrate the ID, so I can say P, and here I can go with product ID. Let me save, get back here. You can see I got the information, I got this and got this and got this. Okay, I still need to add all the class name that I have. So here I can have a class name directly, and I can call this as ID. Yep, the class name is ID. Here I can have a class name, I can call it as name. Then here I'm going to call this as info. That's it. And I can also add a class name according to my product in stock and out stock. So what I'm going to do is I am going to have something like this. If it's in stock, I should have in stock. Otherwise, it will be unavailable. So that means my class name will be dynamic. And let me save, get back here. Now we have 5 items with all the information. I'm using the CSS, so this looks a bit presentable. Now one thing I need to quickly add is a dollar symbol. Now remember, this dollar symbol I am adding for this one. You can use any other currency. I am adding this not as JavaScript but as a currency symbol. Okay, looks great to me. Now we need to focus on the concept for which we are designing this. So the first thing we need to focus is that everything that we are going to access here is from this particular link. Now at this point of time it's a stable link, but there are chances that we might need to update it. Maybe we are trying to search some information, or maybe we are trying to filter it. If you remember the initial example, we can access information according to maybe descending to ascending, or maybe we want to access information about only stock items or all the products. So we can do that, and for that we need to change this URL. Also we can have different type of other method to fetch. If you remember, we can use async await instead of using this fetch and then dot then and dot then again and again. We can utilize the async await method. So that's what we need to understand in next one, that how to utilize a URL and how to use this async await and which type of function I am going to use. So thank you for following. The main aim of this lecture was to quickly design a simple UI so we have presentable information. Hey there, welcome back. Now let's start playing with the information. So what I mean by this is that we currently have this single URL, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a const, and I'm going to have something like URL and then set URL. Great, and by default I'm going to have it simple, which is for all product. Basically what I want to do is I want to have a button. By default it is going to be all product, but I should have option to have only stock product. I can remove them. So I'm going to do that. By default this is going to be all product, and this is going to be the URL. Okay, let me save, get here. Things looks fine to me right now. Okay, one quick thing, get here and talk about the URL. So I need ins_stock as true. That means all the product which currently holds true in terms of in stock. This is going to be my URL. Okay, so let me get back, get here, and if I need to change it, all I have to do is work with button. So I'm going to have button, and I can say all, and let's say on click. I can call a function. I'm going to have an anonymous function which is going to say set my URL to something, and then I'm going to have other button, let's say in stock only, and I should have option for on click, and here I'm going to update my set URL to something which is this. Now here we are trying to play with our API and other information that we have. So this is going to be the default one. If I save, get here, all in stock. Nothing is working right now. Why we are not updating this? If I click on in stock, my URL is updated, right? Why I don't have information? Remember, this use effect depends on dependencies. By default, we have empty dependency. That means we are just loading this for the first time. That's it. Now, if we want to have a dependency like this here URL, so we can add it here. Now, every time the URL is updated, they will recall this entire code block. Okay. Now, if I save, get back here, you can see in stock. If I say all, I have all the item. If I say only stock, you can see that's how this is going to work. And I hope now you understand how things are working. So I hope you got the idea why this dependency is important. Let me do one quick change as well. Let me say div and add a class as filter and keep these two buttons inside this. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see these two are here. Only stock, all, only stock, all. So that's how this is going to work. Now we can add multiple other information inside this. This is not just the one part. We can add more information if we want. Maybe we have other functions, we can do that. The other thing is you can have multiple use effect. Let me take a quick example. Let's say I have a const and here I have a counter. And then I'm going to have a set counter. This is going to be some random example because I need to explain this point. So let's say start from 0 and here I'm going to take some random button. Let's say button, and the thing is I need to just increase the counter. So I am going to have a counter that is going to display the number, and then I am going to have on click function which is just going to set my counter to counter +1, something like this. If I get here, you can see this is working fine. Now what I want is every time I have a difference in counter, I should console log it. So what I can do, I can have a console log here, my counter thing, something like this. Now if I change it, it's not here, I don't have any information. So what I can do, maybe I can add a second dependency, counter. Let me save, get back here. Now if I change it, this is working, but the problem is now this is also rendering again and again. So what we can do is we can have a second use effect just for the counter. So what I can do, I can just remove it from here. I can remove this counter here. I can just have a second use effect that is going to take two arguments. The first one will be the function and the second one will be the dependency, which will be my counter. And here the function is going to just do a console log. Now let me save this one, get back here, clear this up. Remember to remove our dependency from here, get back. Now if I just do this, so that means it is doing a console log, but it is calling just the use effect related to this counter. That means we can have multiple use effect according to our own dependency. If I add multiple dependencies here, that means entire code block will rerun. So if we are fetching, we are going to send a new request every time our counter is changed. That we don't want. We want to have a console log for that counter. Okay, great. Now here I took console log. It can be anything else. Maybe we need to send some information. Maybe we are doing something else or calling some function. So the aim was to make you understand that we can have a second counter. The other thing that we understood, that we have buttons that can change our URL, and when URL is changed, we can get updated information, and once the information is updated, we have a new render. So that's how this is going to work. So that's all. I hope you got the two important points of this lecture. Thank you for following. Now in the next one, let us discuss on our fetch again. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this one, let us focus on our use effect. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the counter because this example is done, so we don't need them. So yeah, let me save, get back here, things looks fine to me. Now let's focus on the use effect. Currently we are just utilizing the fetch, but it can be a function or it can be anything else. So let's take a condition. The first condition which is going to work is, let me take this out. Let me convert things into a function. Let me say I have a function which is fetch products, and it's a simple function. It's a async function because at the end of the day we are going to utilize await and return promise maybe. So this is a simple function which is going to have a response for our fetch request, and here we are passing the URL, and then again we are going to have data, and I just need to convert the response into JSON. Looks good. And then I'm going to set my product with the data. Yep, great. So we have the function and we are trying to set the data. Get back here, refresh, everything is gone. Why? Because we never called this function. So let me call this here. We just defined this but never called it. Let me do this here. Great, let me save, get back here, things are working fine again. Only stock is working, all it's working. One simple change that I want to do with my data here is, let me try to have this as well as false. So it's easy for us to view. Let me save, get back here, refresh. So now these are 3 and these are 2. Click here. Yeah, it's much easy to visualize. Yeah, so this is great. This is the first condition in which we have a function inside a use effect and we are calling it. Things are great. We haven't got any error. Let me try to add a console log in case these are running multiple times, so we have information, and it's only running for once. Great. Now let's get here. The second condition, in which function is outside of our use effect, which is the most common one, because we are not going to define things inside use effect. We want it outside so we can call it multiple times anywhere, or maybe we have this function somewhere else in a different folder, different directory, different file. I'm trying to importing it and then calling it here. It can be any type of function. Maybe we have a function to update our title, something like this one, this title. So maybe we have a function somewhere else and we are trying to call it on the load or every time there is some change. So if this is the case, let me save, get back here, refresh. This looks fine to me. But the problem here is, if I open this one, you can see that our React hook use effect has a missing dependency fetch product. Either include or remove the dependency array. So what is this? What is this whole thing? It's a warning that can create trouble at the time of deployment. Now what is the situation here is that we have a function outside of use effect and we are calling it. It is going to work. It is surely going to work. If I say in stock, things are fine. All things are fine. So this is working. Everything is working fine. But we need to add this fetch product, or we need to remove this. This is working fine because currently we know that this fetch product should be updated when we update the URL. This is known to us. That is why things are working fine. But at the end of the day, we don't have URL inside this directly. So let me remove this. Why I'm adding this here? Let me save, get back here now. Now things are going to be troubled. We have this on first load, the empty dependency. But now if I update the URL, things are not working. There is no change. We have unavailable product still there. What is the problem? Well, the problem is we need to add the dependency, and in this case the dependency is fetch product. If you see, React hook use effect has a missing dependency, which is fetch product. We know that we need to refresh this stuff on URL update, but in real world scenarios we don't define this inside here. So we usually what we do is we say, okay, if we change our product, simply just pass this dependency, but then we are going to get up trouble. If you see, now we have, I don't know how many times this is going to run, but let me first stop it. Let me save and yeah, stop. So we ran this for 276 times. What happened is when we try to have a dependency, it can be a array, it can be an object, it can be a function. These dependencies are going to run for infinite time, because when we have URL, we can compare this string value from its previous one or the new one that we are trying to change. So if I change the URL to /1, we know that we have some previous value to compare. But when we have fetch product, which is a function, we cannot compare. Two functions will always be different because their memory reference is different. Two lists, two arrays, two objects will always be different at the time of comparison. Why? Because their memory address are different. When we reevaluate this, the memory address for this fetch will be different from the previous one. The memory address will be different, their reference is different, so that means this is going to run infinite time. If I add it here, so we are going to reevaluate, we are going to give it a new memory address, so this is going to call again, reevaluate, new memory address, call again, reevaluate, new memory address, call again, and this is going to be infinite time. So what is the solution? In these cases, the solution is to use our hook, use callback. I'm going to explain this in a minute, but what if we are using arrays or object? Then we have a solution related to useRef. I'm going to explain all of them, but in a sequence. The first case was clear. We have a function inside this, we are calling it inside this, things are working fine. Because we had access to the URL, we passed it here. Now we are trying to call some function inside this, but we need to pass its dependency. So if I'm trying to pass this product, it is going to give me an error. So to solve this, to solve the infinite loop that we just understood, we are going to utilize use callback. Now how to use that? Well, I have the solution. Let me get onto the documentation, which is under construction. So let me go back to the old one. Now use callback is basically cached version of our function. So every time we reevaluate our component, instead of referring to the new memory address, we will have access to the previous one. So even if we compare both of them, this one and the new one, they are going to stay same. If you get here, you can see it returns a callback, and if I get here to this term, you can simply have information that we have a cached result. Okay, so what we need to do, let me explain. All we need to do is get here, use our callback, then this is going to take a function which we need to call. The second thing it is going to do, the dependency for that function, for this particular function. So this function is dependent on URL. Let me save this, and this is the function that we need to execute, which is here. Awesome, this looks good to me. Now every time there is a function on which we are dependent on, we just utilize the use callback. Now if I get here and also inside my use effect, let me pass this dependency and let me save, get back here, clear this up, refresh. You can see I'm only doing it once. In stock, it's working, all, it's working, in stock, it's working, all, it's working. So what we did is we covered the entire fetch product with use callback along with the dependency. The dependency is the URL here. Remember, we need this use callback only when our function is outside of use effect. Otherwise, we can just define this function, normal function inside it and call it, or we can just directly use all the information inside this. We don't need this. We just need this complication when our function is outside. This is a case which I want to discuss, so I created a scenario. Otherwise, you don't need this. Also, whenever you are trying to use the hook, make sure you import it from the top. Looks good to me. We talk about 2-3 cases. The first one was we were directly using fetch inside our use effect. The second one was we defined the function inside use effect, evoked it inside that only. Everything was good, but as soon as we got the function outside, then we got in trouble. Because now this dependency is not equal. This is changing every time we will get a new memory address for our function. To solve this, we now have a use effect that is going to hold the cached version. Now since this is a cached version, our function is going to remain same. But the problem is our function will not change even when we change URL. So to solve this, we added a dependency. I know this was complicated, but you will get used to it as we practice more. Remember, this dependency is important for our use callback as well. So thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now in this lecture, let us discuss about how to create a custom hook. Till now we have been using different type of hook. They are simply a function that do some task. Now we can create our own hook. Suppose we are trying to fetch some information and we are doing a lot of work. What if we create a hook ourselves just to fetch information, fetch product, maybe fetch featured product, or maybe we have some other information. Currently we just have one endpoint which is product. In future we also want to have separate page for separate product, like /1 for first, /2 for second. If you remember, we did some example like 1001 for the first product, then the second product, then the third product. So how we are going to tackle this? We don't need to recall this again and again on each page. What we can do is we can create our custom hook, call that hook every time we need to fetch some information. Okay, I hope I make sense. What I am saying is, let's convert this whole thing into a hook, and then I can reuse that information as many times as I want. Currently we are just trying to fetch one information, which is products. But in future we want information on different pages. And instead of writing this and doing this again and again, let's simplify this. So what I'm going to do is, inside my source folder, I'm going to create a folder called as hooks. Now inside this hooks, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this as usefetch.js. Now remember, this is a rule that whenever we are working with any type of hook, a custom hook, we need to use as the initial term, and then you can call whatever you want. So here I'm creating a hook basically to fetch, so I'm going to call this as usefetch. You can call this folder as anything that you want. I'm calling it as hooks because that's the most common way in the community. So what we have to do, there is too much stuff. So the first thing I need to do is I need to treat it like some normal component, but this is not going to return any type of JSX. It is going to return either null if we are doing any type of task, or return some data in this case in our example we are trying to pass information about our products. So it is going to be an object, or maybe we can return some type of array depending on our requirement. So we can return anything basically. And what we are going to do here, well, we are going to fetch information here and then return that information. Okay, let me explain. From here we don't need this. All the tasks will be inside here and it will be in a different way. So what I'm going to do is, inside here I am going to just have a data and then set data, which will be use state. Now by default this data will be null. It's not empty list, it's not, because we don't know what type of data we are trying to fetch. we are creating a generic method, not for just products, but with other information. We can have any type of API. So by default, we have null for our data. Now our aim is, as soon as we call this for the first time, I need to call the use effect here. As soon as we call this, we need to execute some function, fetch the information, and then we are going to have some type of dependency. The first thing should be, we just need to create a function here and just access that information. Okay, let's say I have a function. Now I can have everything inside here. I'm not using the callback, use callback or something. I am going to have a function which is going to say fetch data. It's generic now, it's not product, it's data. And I can have async. Yeah, why async? Because I'm using await with my fetch. So I can just say const, I will have response, which is going to be await my fetch. Now here I need to pass the URL, and how I'm going to get the URL, I will get this as my parameter. So this is the URL. It can be product, it can be anything else. Okay, and then I'm going to have const. Instead of data, I'm going to call this as result here, because otherwise we have data as state. So it will be response.json. So now I have access to the result, and what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to set the data, which will be my result. Awesome. Now why I am taking this data and set result, so I can use this information outside of my use effect as well. Otherwise, if I just return from here, or if I just store this in a constant, I will be scoped inside this only. Now data can be accessed anywhere because we need to return it. So what I am going to do is I am going to return the data as data. So I can use shorthand method, which is just data. The other thing, we are utilizing the URL, which is a variable to recall this stuff. So I'm going to add it as dependency. Now we just defined this, we haven't called or evoked this, so we need to do that here. Awesome, looks great. So this is a generic fetch. Anytime we give some URL, it is going to fetch that information and it is going to return it. Now how to use that here? Well, the first thing I need to do is import that hook. So I just need to use fetch. That should be from hooks, and then use fetch. This is great. Now the next thing I can do is I can just call this use fetch, and I can pass my URL. I already have this. Great. And the other thing is it is going to return me the data. Great. I can have that here. I can say const. Now remember, this is going to be an object. It is going to return me this object. Either I can just return the data and I can access the data here. But since there are chances that we return multiple things, in future we have some status code, some other thing. So we are returning a proper object. Here I am going to destructure it. So I can just have access to data now. That's it. That's great. Now this data has access to all the products that we get as result. So now I can use this data here. And now I don't have any use case for this product. I can remove this. I can also rename this. I can say it as products, and here I can utilize this here. Let me save. Let me also do a console log for my products basically. Let me save, get back here. Okay, I'm getting a null and an error. So the first thing I should fix is here I need to check if I get a null, or if the result is there, then I'm going to render all the stuff. If it's null, then I'm not going to render this. So this is just conditional rendering. The second thing is, let me remove this from here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, okay, I need to use await here. and I'm also going to just console log my result here. Let me save, get back here. You can see it's loading now. Let me refresh. Yeah, the error is gone. So things are working fine. You need to remember that by default we have null. So on the first run, this is null. So we return null. This is null. Our product is null. Since our product is null, so dot map is not going to work on null. Okay, now you might be thinking why null and why not empty array? Well, there is only one reply. Well, there is a quick response. With null, we can recognize when our API is not working. Suppose in future, if any case our API is not working, this data will be null. But suppose if we get a response from our API but it's empty, then it will be empty array. So it's easy for us to recognize the difference when we are getting an empty array from API and when we are not even getting a response, then it will be null. Okay, looks great to me. Get back here. Everything is working fine. So that's how we can create a hook ourselves. Now I can remove this. I don't need this use callback or use effect. Make sure you have imported them here and make sure you are using await properly. So this is how the flow works. Now the term should be generic like data and here result. So these are generic term. If I'm working with a product, I will call it product. But now if I have a different page, I have a different component and I need to fetch the request, I just need to pass the URL here and I will get the result. That's how thing is going to work, and I can also rename them. So that's all for this lecture and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now let's focus on a new feature, let's say loading feature. So at this point of time we are trying to execute all the product, but at the time of loading what we need to show. What I mean by this is at this point of time we have these product because our server is on our desktop basically. So if I refresh, everything is pretty quick, but the duration between the blank page and the product, we need to show some type of loading, animation, text or something like this. So for that we can create a state and according to it we can demonstrate some stuff or restrict some stuff. In this lecture we are going to discuss about it. Now remember, we have shifted all type of content that require loading inside our fetch, and this is the best thing. Now we can have everything here only. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a new state. I'm going to call this as loading and set loading. By default the loading will be false. So by default I expect everything is rendered, but what I'm going to do is as soon as I get here inside this function, I change my loading to true. That means I am now loading stuff. Now as soon as I got the result, I can say set loading to false. That means I have stopped loading. Now everything is happening in these two lines only. We are calling the API, we are trying to get the response, we are converting it into JSON. So everything happens between these two lines, and this is the line which is going to take time. Since our server right now is on desktop, so we are getting result in some milliseconds, I guess. So if I get here, so if I change the terminal, you can see it's millisecond, but as soon as we get into real world, these milliseconds can be seconds, 1 second, 2 second, 3 second. So this is going to take time, but since our loading is true, just before that we can show something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass another information which is loading, and I'm going to access this information here which is loading, and I can just say if loading is true, I need to demonstrate a paragraph. For now I'm taking paragraph, but it can be anything. So I can just have a p tag here, loading or loading products. If I save, get back here, refresh, you can see there was loading product. So to slow down our server, what we can do is we can get it to our network, and here we have option to control everything, control our speed and everything else. So get here inside our throttling, and here I am going to say slow 3G, refresh, you can see loading products. So as soon as we got the response, loading products is gone and we have this. Let's refresh again, refresh. First we got loading products, and then now instead of loading product, we can use a image, a GIF, or any type of animation that depend on us. But I hope you got the idea what we did. I know I tried to have this really fast. We simply created a new state and gave it a name of loading. As soon as we get into the function, we first say okay, we are going to start loading. Then we did all the tasks that require time. As soon as we got the result, we said okay, loading is done, now convert this into false. In the meantime, we also shared the information about loading. So here we have access to this. If loading is true, that means we are going to execute this. If loading is false, we are going to not execute this. That's simple. Now here we can use any type of image as well. Currently I'm just using a p tag, but here I can have a image. Let me use img. Let me take this here. Also let me give it a class name, loading, and here I can fetch the information. So all I have to do is get here, import my loading from, it should be from my assets / loading dot gif. Now I can pass this information here to my source. Since it's dynamic, let me pass. Now let me save this one, get back here, let me try to refresh this one. I hope you got the idea how we are going to see the loading image. I took a simple image, so it should be easy to visualize. It's still fast. Slow, since our server is on desktop, it's still fast. So you can see that's how our image is going to be. We can improve a lot of things about it, but it's a simple example. That's how loading is going to work. You can have any type of text or any type of image. So I'm going to revert back to text now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to undo all of this, or I'm going to just comment this. Yep, this is much easier for you to implement. So that's all about loading. In the next one, let us also talk about how to handle error. There are chances that this response can be slow, but there are also chances that we get an error with this response. That means we get error in terms of no page found, or no, this URL is not working, or some server error. So we can have multiple type of issues. In the next one, let us talk about it. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about how to handle errors. Till now we have been assuming that the response that we are going to get here is okay. But what if maybe our server is not working? Or what if maybe we have passed a wrong URL? In these cases, we are going to mess with response. For now, let me go back to no throttling, get into my elements, refresh. Okay, everything is great. Get into console, everything looks great. But let me try to play with some stuff. Let me try to provide a wrong URL, save, get here, we got an error. You can see this entire error. So the simple thing we are going to do is we are going to cover them with try and catch. So I'm going to have a try that is going to cover my fetch condition. So I'm going to try, I'm going to get a response. If the response is great, then I'm going to do all of this stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to throw an error. So let me take all of this. Let me paste it here. And let me have a catch. which is going to have error, and let me say console.log and my error.message. Let me save this one, get back here, clear this up, refresh, and I still don't have a clear screen. Why? Well, because this handles only server error, this try currently with this type of response. What I mean by this, what we can do is we can just stop this server. Let me stop this server. Okay, now if I get back here, try to refresh this, now you can see my page is rendering but I am failed to fetch. This is loading, so that means we get here, we get into the state, we set our loading true, so that means we get inside our function, we set our loading to true, we get into our try, we get here, got an error, so we get here, and then we just simply showed the message, console log the message which is failed to fetch, and now my loading is true because I exited the try statement from here. I haven't tried both of them, so that means my loading is true, that is why this is there, and that means I'm able to handle the server errors. But what if error from my side? This is happening because our server is not working. But suppose our server is working, but we have given a wrong URL in the working server, then chances are I am going to get some response with some code with some error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a console log and I'm going to print this response, and let me save, get back here and check out the response. This is the response, and here you can see not found, status is not found, status 404. That means the page we are trying to fetch is not found. So in these type of cases I can have a if condition, and I can say if I can have a if condition if my response dot, what was the term, if I can say if response dot OK is false, then we can throw an error, something like this. So if response dot OK is false, currently I'm evaluating true. If this is true, I'm going to get inside here, right? So I'm just going to reverse this, and I am going to do certain stuff. I'm going to throw an error. I'm just going to say throw new error. This will send me to catch, and I'm going to pass status text. So here I will have access to response dot status text. Awesome. Get here, refresh. Now you can see it's not found. So that means now we can handle all type of error. Chances are my server is not working, or maybe I'm giving the wrong URL. So if I give the right URL, if I get back here, it's working fine. So that's how we are going to handle these stuff. There are two common conditions: either my server is not working or I am giving the wrong information. Okay, great. Now it depends on us that we want to set this loading to false, or we can just keep showing. So if we want to set this loading to false in our catch, we can do that. But nope, I don't want to. I want to first check this information. Otherwise it should just display the loading part. What I can do is I can just pause the server. I can try to refresh. Yeah, I want to just show this. Or we can create a new state, error, and here I can say set error, which is going to be use state, and by default it is empty. What I can do is I can have this information here, and here I can set my error to this error message. Awesome. I can also set the loading to false and this error message, and I can also pass this error. I can fetch this error here, and I can create a new p tag. Basically I can have this error here and I can just simply print it. Let me save, get back here. If I refresh, things are working fine, but suppose if I stop the server, get back, refresh, loading, I got failed to fetch. Awesome. What I can do is restart the server and try to give a wrong URL, get back here, refresh, everything is working fine. What I can do here is give a wrong URL, get back here. Now you can see not found. So that's how we can control a lot of stuff. Now if I give you a quick revision, we first covered everything into try and catch block. So if there is any error with response, we are going to get inside our catch and we are just going to show the error inside a console log. But then realize that this try only handles the server errors. What if we gave a wrong URL? So we are trying to just check if the response is not okay, then we are going to throw an error. It is going to handle now all type of errors. So we are going to test this and then we are going to have the information. So we throw the error, we get here, we get access to information about our error, we console it. Now we don't need to. So I'm going to remove this. We remove the loading information and we set the error. Now we are also passing the error information through our return, accessing this here and demonstrating some type of content here. So we developed an entire ecosystem around our error now. Remember, in all case we need to set loading to false by the end of the error thing or not thing. So you can also use a finally, so if you want to just set this to false. Now there is only one case remaining, that by any chance maybe you set the error to this message and then in the next run you have a good result and you demonstrated all the results. Everything is great, you set the data, you set the loading, but now the problem is you are still having this error message on your screen. There can be some cases. So if you want, you can set the error to null or empty string, whatever you want, you can set it. Because here you are going to compare if it's null or empty string, anything, it should be falsy value so you don't get inside here. So if you want to take care of this, if the result is great, that means everything is working fine, you can set your error to empty string. So that's it. That's all the condition related to error handling. I know we are trying to complicate stuff, but I really wanted to explore everything, every possible stuff. So now we have mixed our use effect. We now have our own custom hook. We are trying to have conditional rendering along with the message, and we are handling errors as well. So we are trying to do a lot of stuff together. I hope you are understanding everything. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side, and in this one we are going to talk about how to stop our fetch request in middle. So what I mean by this, what is this in middle means? So for example, we have rendered our product list. If we have completely rendered, we have all the information on our page and things are working fine. But for any case, during the time of, since it is going to take time, it is going to get here, get our URL, create a fetch request, and as soon as we reach here, as soon as this fetch request is gone, we asked our application to just remove this component. Maybe we want to hide this component, or maybe we are trying to render a different component. There can be many cases. So this is a situation where we are in between, like we send the request, we got some data, what we need to do, or we haven't got the data, so we just send the request. We are in middle of something. So what we need to do? Well, in this situation, we need to abort this entire process. And for that we use a controller, and we can simply use abort controller. I was also reading about this, I tried different method. So this is pretty common. I will try to link this stuff. So it is called as abort controller, and it works pretty easy. All we have to do is we need to create a const about our controller, and then with our fetch request we need to pass this information. And when we are working with use effect, we can just return that information, basically our controller dot abort. Now why with the return statement? Because if you know, use effect goes from mounting to unmounting to mounting. So if we are stopping any type of process, if we are just getting out of our use effect, we are going to call the unmount phase. That means the return phase. So that can be handled. It's a great article. I will recommend you to read it. So let's try this stuff. What we are going to do is we are simply going to create a controller. So inside our use effect, I am going to create this controller. Now I just need to pass this with my fetch information. Now currently we are just doing a get request, so things are simple, but if I give you an idea, we have lot of information with fetch. If you remember, we can pass method, query, body, headers, lot of information we can pass with our fetch. So what I'm trying to pass right now is this simple signal. So I get here, add a comma and pass this signal. That's great. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to just call this. And the best place to call this is with our return statement. So inside our use effect, I can have a return statement about my unmount. Or I can convert this into a single line function. That would be much easier for us to execute. Now let me refresh. You can see the text that the user stopped the request, something like this. Why? Well, remember when we are in development phase, our use effect goes from mounting to unmounting to mounting, no matter what. So during the unmounting phase, we call this return. And let me try to go into slow. Mounting, unmounting and mounting again. So that's how things are working. Okay, no throttling. Now remember this, I just wanted to talk about this controller. You don't need to add it with everything. I just wanted to cover a case, a scenario where we want to abort a fetch request. So that's how we are going to implement it. Now chances are you are going to utilize this in future in a different condition, in a different way, but it's just 3 steps. Create your controller, pass the information and then abort it. That's it. And this usually happen when we don't want to render this. Maybe we are trying to render some other information now, or maybe we want to hide this component or any other reason. So we just want to stop our fetch. And what I mean by this. So that's all. I hope you got the idea and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, we are going to discuss about one condition that we missed. And if you remember, I discussed about this earlier. Okay, we are passing something like a primitive value, which can be a string, number, something like this. Then we covered a case in which we were trying to pass a function. So we use callback to cover that function. But what if we try to pass an array or object? Things are going to get ugly actually. So suppose I am going to pass some type of object here. Let's say here I am trying to pass information about my body. So I can just have content and I can say ABC, something like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to access this information here, and I will have information inside my fetch. I'm going to access it, let's say body, and then I need to pass this information. Maybe here I'm not passing because I just wanted to create that case. And let me add a console.log, and here I am going to say dash dash dash. So that means if I take a new variable here, I need to pass this variable here as well, which is our dependency. Now I'm going to remove this because it's an actual term, but if I save this one, get back here, you can see it's calling the function again and again. Now why this is happening? Well, because we are trying to pass an object. If you remember, I said this clearly, it can be an object, it can be an array, and all of this is happening because the memory address for them changes every time we refresh stuff or reevaluate stuff. So what we can do is, a simple thing that we can do is, we can use useRef. So whatever content we are taking, it can be anything. So I can just take that content inside underscore body, and here I can just re-render them. I can render them into, let's say, a new const which is body, and here I can use useRef, and useRef take a initial value. I'm going to pass that. Let me save. Now this body is created with the help of useRef with initial value. So there is a reference that we created with the initial value, and we are not going to create any association. So this is the body. If I try to pass it, it's going to work fine. If I get here, clear the stuff, refresh, you can see things are working fine. Refresh, things are working fine. So that means if you are using function, you need to utilize use callback. If you are using an object, you need to utilize useRef. And if you are using any type of state or string or anything, then things are going to work fine without anything else. So that's how you are going to utilize useRef to create a reference, not just for your element but for your values as well. That's all. I hope you got the idea. I am not passing this here with fetch because that will be an actual information that we are trying to pass, but we don't need to do that. I was just taking this for an example. That's all. I hope you got the idea. I hope now use effect is clear. This was a big section. We tried multiple things, to be honest, and this is something about core React. So that's it, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shobham this side. Now let's get our hand dirty with a full-fledged project. Till now we have been discussing about small concept here and there and try to implement on our app. But now let's focus on all the concept together and build this taskmate. I know it's a simple project, but now our aim is just to apply all the concept. Till now we were trying to learn these concepts and see how we are going to implement them. But now we understood. Now we are directly going to implement them. We are not redefining every small bit about their syntax and everything. So the aim is to build this task application. Now let me give you a quick demo what this application is. So we have this quick app. It is currently divided into three components: our header, add task, and show task. So we have our add task that can help us to add any type of task. Once we add a task, we will have option to get it here. Now this section is important because now we not only have better design but better functionality. You can see we have count of our to-do task, we have option to clear all, and most importantly with each individual task we have a edit and delete option. So that means I'm not only able to add that task, I'm able to edit it later, and yeah, we can delete it. So let me give you a quick demo. Here I can add a task. Let's say add. I have this task here. I also have option to edit it. Let's say edited, and here this task is edited. I have option to delete this. That's how this is going to work. You will also see information like time, date, and yeah, of course we can delete them. So if I click on delete, you can see this is working fine. And if I click on clear all, yep, that's gone. So that's how this application is going to work. I know it's a simple app, but now we are implementing everything together. Earlier it was bit by bit. The other small feature you might see here is this theme. So you can see you have option to change theme, and this works great. It's more like a gimmick, I should say. We are just doing a small bit here. If I talk about a real theme, we do lot of things. If we have an official theme, there are option to change font, there are option to change background, buttons, lot of things. But here we are just changing background. If you observe, nothing much, it's a gimmick to be honest, but it's a small functionality. In these small project, these functionalities looks good to be honest. So if this is your first official React project, these small things matter, like this small count. Now if you look at this count, it's a small feature but helps you a lot to understand your product better. Let me give you another example. If I say add here, let me say add. Now if I click on edit, you will see this button is also changed. So these are small feature which not create a big impact, but yeah, it helps to improve experience. And as a front-end developer, you need to understand these steps. Okay, yeah, this is awesome. I hope you got the idea what we are trying to build. I hope you got the demo. You can try it here, taskmate-ul.netlify.app. Yeah, by the end of this section, we are also going to deploy this. So you will have your first app online. Now before ending this demo, let me also tell you everything that we are going to do right now is going to be saved. Oh, not this lecture, but all the tasks that we are going to write. For example, I have a task 1, I have task 2, and I have task 3. Now if I try to refresh, everything is saved. Oh, not just this, our theme priority is also saved. That means if I refresh now, the theme that I am going to select right now will be saved for my own preference. Not only this, let me copy this one, close this and open this. Everything is saved. So that means anytime I come on this particular website on my browser, all my settings, all my data is saved for me. How I am doing that? I haven't logged in. How I am saving all this information? Well, we are going to use local storage. So if I get here, get into inspect, get into my application, local storage, and here you can see I have theme priority as gradient 1 and I have task list as this, my simple task list, which is stored in an array. So that's how we are going to save individual data on their local storage. That means if you open this website right now, it will be blank for you. Let me show you. So suppose if you open this website, you are going to see the default theme and an empty list. And now if you save or if you do any type of setting, it will be stored on your browser in local storage. Now remember, this is not going to work with incognito mode because we are not going to save any type of data. You need to use the normal side. So yeah, that's how things are going to work. This is the default one, but all the theme and the task is stored for each individual on their local storage. Okay, fun stuff ahead. Let's start our journey from the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let me start my project from basics. Here what I did is I created a folder which is projects inside my desktop and it's currently empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a React app. Let's say npx create React app, and here I'm going to give it a name, taskmate. Well, this is officially taskmate now. So I'm going to give it a name taskmate. You can call it anything else. And let me fast forward this. That's done. Let me change the directory and get inside my taskmate. Once that is done, all I have to do is open my VS Code. Now remember, this change of directory is important because we get from projects to taskmate. This is the specific project folder in which we have all these files. Okay, let me get here, close all of this and do the basic stuff which we have already done 10 times now. Remove everything. Get here inside my index, remove all this stuff, save, get inside my app. Let me remove everything here, and I'm just going to have a h1 tag saying hello world, and I'm also going to remove the logo import. The other thing I'm going to empty is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to remove this. Looks good to me. The first thing I'm going to do right now is to open my server. So I'm going to say npm start. This is great. So here is our quick setup. Now I'm going to do all the static tasks, that is to add all my CSS, all my images that I need, which is just logo right now, this one, and update my public if I need to update my favicon or title, everything that is static. So let's do that. First I'm going to jump onto the CSS part, and here I'm going to paste the CSS. Now if you observe, I have some variable. I have imported bootstrap icon as well as the Poppins, which is our Google font, and then I have also imported some basic setting that is applied to all, and then my theme. Save, get here. Then I am adding all my CSS for all type of component here only, so it will be easy for us to copy paste. Then you can divide them according to the component. That's done. CSS part is done. Now I just need to create a new folder called as assets, and here I just need to add my logo. That's done. I have pasted it here. This is great. Now what I'm going to do is, since it's a project, I'm going to have a proper favicon and all these images. So let me copy paste this from the other side. So let me open the folder. So this is our taskmate project folder, and I need to get inside the public, and here I have these two logo and my favicon. So I'm going to replace them with the newer one, which is the icon of our new project. So that's it, all the images is done. The other thing I need to do is just edit the title. So let's say this project name, which is taskmate, something like this. So you have something related to the project only. That's done. All the static task is done. Now we can focus on our UI and start working on the design and everything. Remember, we already added CSS, so it should be easy. Now in the next lecture, let us create UI from the basics. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our task building the UI. Now it should be easy for us since we know the structure. We did these type of tasks earlier as well. So let's do that. The first thing I'm going to do is get here inside my source, create a folder called as components, and here inside I'm going to create three components. My header, let's say header.js, then I'm going to have add task and show task, let's say add task.js and my show task.js. Now you can have task list.js, that should also work fine. Name depend on us, and here let me give a basic structure to them. That's done. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import all of them here. So let's say import, I'm going to have my header here, which will be from my slash components and then slash my header. Awesome. Then I just need to repeat this twice. This time it will be my add task and then show task. That's done. Now I just need to replace this and I should add my header. Let me copy this one, add it thrice. This time it will be add task and then my show task. Let me save, get here. Okay, awesome. So I have all of this. Now the first focus I currently have is to design the basic header, not the full-fledged, but have a basic one. So all I have to do is get here inside my header, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to have my header, and inside this I'm going to divide things into two parts. The first part will be about my image and name, and the second part will be about my theme selector. So let's do that. So I'm going to have a div and I'm going to give it a class of logo. Now this is going to have my image and my name, my project name. So I'm going to have an image here, and I'm also going to have a span tag to have my project name. Awesome. The first thing I should do right now is to import this image. I'm going to say import. I'm going to call this as logo, which will be from my assets / logo.png. And here now I can pass this logo to my source. In alternative tag, it's good to have taskmate logo. Now since we are working on a project, it's good to have the small detail. Let me save, get back here. Okay, so we have one side ready. Let's focus on the other side. What I'm going to do is have another div tag, and this time I'm going to call it as theme selector. Now remember, for CSS I'm trying to use camel case names. You can use other type, but remember the CSS that I have added in index and app are according to the exact same name. So it's important for you to follow them if you want to use the default CSS that we have added. So yeah, this is theme selector, and each one of them will be a specific span. Let's do that. So I'm going to have a span tag, and here we don't need to add any text inside the span, but things will be controlled according to the class name. So let's have light, save, get back here. You can see I have a small circle. Let's do that for multiple times. I gave each one of them a name. So I'm going to have medium, then I am going to have dark. So I gave each one of them a name. This is light, medium, dark, and then I gave it G1, G2, G3. This is gradient basically, so gradient 1, gradient 2, gradient 3. Then I can have G1, G2, G3. Let me save, get back here. Yep, so now we have each one of them. Now you might see one quick difference, and the difference is that if I select any one of them here, it's basically enlarged. So behind the scene, what we are doing is we are selecting and having a term as active theme. So let's say active theme. If I add it here or with anyone, let's say I have with this one. If I save and if I get back here, you can see now this one looks active. But this is just the zoom in part. We haven't selected theme by default. Remember, that will be a separate lecture, but this is just a small CSS thing that is going to show, okay, this is active. So later on what we are going to do is, if we are going to click on G1, then this will be active. If I click on this one, then that will be active. If I click on G2, that will be active. Light, that will be active. Currently we are just designing the basic UI part. Okay, this is done. We need to do a lot of stuff here in terms of functionality, but this is done. Now let's focus on add task. So we have a simple form, and this should be easy to work with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a section here. I'm going to remove this and I'm going to have a section, and let's also give a class name here. So with this section, I'm going to give it a class name as add task. And inside this, we just need to have a form. That's it. So I'm going to have a form. We don't need this action. And inside this form, I'm going to have an input field. We are going to utilize placeholder, something like add task. So I don't need any type of label. And then I'm going to have a button. So let's say I'm going to have a button which should just say add. Awesome. Now we need to provide certain information, but before that, let me add this button type as submit. Yeah. So this input is of type text. There are a lot of things that we need to provide since it is going to be related to task. So let me provide task. The other thing is we need to do autocomplete as off because I don't want these drop down. And let's also add a placeholder. So I can just say add task. The other thing we need to focus, it's optional, but I want to have is max length. So I can just say that I want maximum length of 25. That's it. Should be enough for our add task. Let me get here. You can see we have this add task. Awesome. Now let's focus on this show task. Let's get here, get into our show task. Oh, this is going to be big, to be honest, because we need to have this individual card as well. So let's do that. The first thing, let us have this section, and yeah, I need to add a name. The class name should be show task. Now inside this, first I need to have this information, which is my clear all button and my to do task. So this should be easy. I can add a div or a paragraph and have this information about our to do and about our clear all. Then I am going to have an unordered list to have each individual card. Let's do that. I'm going to have a div and I'm going to provide a name which is head. So this is going to be head for our show task. You can give it a name as header as well, but remember this is a class name, not the official header. And now I will wrap these two things together, which is my text and my count, and then this is going to be either a span or a button, whatever we want. So let's do that. So the simple thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div. Inside this I am going to have two spans. So I will have a span which is going to just give it a text of to do. Then I am going to have another span which is going to have the length. For default I'm going to write 0, which is this one. And here let me quickly add class name. Let's say class name, which is going to be title. And here I am going to have a class name which is going to be count. Once that is done, I am going to have a button here, and I just need to say clear all as text. And to apply the design, I just need to add my class name, and here let me have my class name as clear all. Let me save, get back here, and here you can see now we have this head part. Great. Now we need to focus on the inside content, which is going to be the UL tag, our unordered list. Inside this I am just going to have a single list for now. We just need to show the name of our task and time in the first part here, and in the second part we are going to have this information which is icon for edit and delete. So inside our P I am going to have span, first for my task name, the second one to demonstrate the time. Then after that I am going to have a I tag. I am going to utilize bootstrap here, that means bootstrap icons, to have both of them. Okay, it's a simple structure. Let me say I am going to have task A, and here I am going to utilize class as name, and here I am going to utilize some time, and I need to add a class name as time. That's done for our paragraph. Then we are going to have an icon, and we need to add class name from bootstrap. So the best thing we can do is jump onto bootstrap icons, scroll down, and here you can directly search for edit, what type of icon you need, and you can have information here. So what I'm going to do is, since I already have information, I just need to get into my class name and apply that. It will be bootstrap icon, and then the first one will be about my pencil, and the second one should be about my delete, which will be bootstrap and bootstrap trash. Let me save, get back here, and you can see we have our first task. Now here we can do one more thing. If I try to add multiple of them, it will be a different view. You can see now we have 3. Now since we already have CSS, so it's easy to have a view. Now let me just clear this up. And let's have a basic setting, quick basic setting. What I am going to do is I am going to have an array, let's say tasks, and here I am going to have a list, and I am going to add a task, so we can just have a proper map thing. Later on we are going to create state and understand things better, but I'm just going to create an individual task. So I'm going to have a ID, let's say 1001. Then I'm going to have a name which I'm going to pass as task A, and then I am going to have time. For now I am going to pass it as a string. Awesome. Let me try to have multiple of them. Let me copy this one. Let's say this is 2, this is 3, task B, task C. Now what I want is I want to loop over this. So I have this as a single element, or I should say as a single task. But now in the array I have 3, so I can just create a basic setup to loop. And we already did this multiple times, so I am going to use dynamic one. Earlier we did this with state, but now since I have an array already, I can use that. I have task, I'm going to say map, and then get here. I need to select the individual task and then do all this stuff. So I'm going to select the individual task, and here I just need to demonstrate each information. Let me take the simple li setup, have a tab, and now I have access to this task, so I can say task.name. The other thing will be about my time. Let me save this one, get back here. Now you can see I'm actually having a proper loop to demonstrate all tasks. Later on we will have a state and store stuff. So now our base UI is ready. Now you are going to have a small difference with this CSS as well as this, because I keep improving stuff. There will be certain changes here and there as I write the code. So I hope you got the idea. That's the base UI. Now we need to add functionality to show stuff. So we will have a state as task list. Then we need to add stuff. So we are going to take the task and add at the end of our task list. Then there will be clear stuff. So that means cleaning our task list. Here we need to calculate the length and storing all of this stuff to our localhost. And most importantly, having ability to edit stuff. So yep, let's try to work on each individual part from the next lecture. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a task list state. So I can add task inside it, I can delete task inside it, and do all this stuff, and I can show the task. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this inside my app. So I can pass both of them, that means my task list and my set task list, to both of them. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a const that is going to have my task list and set task list. Awesome. I just need to utilize my use state, and here I need to pass either default value as null or an empty string, depend on our requirement, but you can start with empty string for now. Also, it's recommended to have all the import related to React at the top, then all the imports about the package, then your component, and then your CSS, something like this. And your hook should be called at the top only. So we will learn about these flow as we move forward. Great. Now I'm going to pass this task list here, as well as to my show task list. Now all I have to do is get here, access both of them. So I'm going to have my task list and my set task list. I need to access them here as well inside my add task. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, instead of using this fake task, I am going to utilize this and I am going to have it here. So that means whatever the item we have, I am going to map them. Great, that's the easy thing. Now I need to focus on the add one. At this point of time we don't have any, so it is going to be empty right now. If I get here, and here you can see it's empty. The other thing is, one quick change we also need to do is, instead of this 0, I should have task list dot length. Great. Let me get here inside my add task, and what I am going to do is I am going to play with the form. So when I submit the form, I should just handle it. Handle submit. And here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to define a function let's say const handle submit. Yeah, now we need to do certain stuff. So as soon as we handle the submit, we have access to this input as well as button. So when we submit this, we are going to have access to the event, let's say E. And the first thing I should do is I should prevent the reload. So I can just say prevent default, that is going to prevent the reload, and we just need to set the task. Now before that, it is not just a single line task. We have other information as well. You can see the time and we need to generate an ID as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object and then add the task. Let me explain what I'm going to do. So here the first thing is I'm going to take my date, which is going to be new date. There is a specific reason I'm taking this in a different constant. And now the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object. So let's say const, and I'm going to say it as new task, and this object is going to have the ID first, and then I'm going to have the name, and then I'm going to have the time. So ID, either we can use random generator or we have access to this date, right? So what we can do is we can just use date.getTime. Yep, this is going to give us the time in milliseconds. So it will be counted from 1970. That is going to be pretty big, and it's impossible to replicate because every millisecond is changing. So yeah, the only thing that can happen is we match millisecond of two tasks at the same time, which is impossible for our small app. That's great. Now we are going to have the name, that is going to be the task that we are going to have, which will be the input field. So that we need to access from e.target. Wait a second, we are going to do that, don't worry. Then we are going to have this time, which is going to be pretty big because we need to convert stuff into some string. So this is usually the local time string, and this is going to be local date string. So let's do that. So we have this time. I need to utilize the backticks, and here I need to pass two information. The first one will be about my local time string. The second one will be about my local date string. Since I have access to this date, I'm going to utilize dot to local. Okay, this is date, this is time string. Yep. And then I'm going to have something similar, date dot to local date string. Yep, awesome. So we created this new object. We still need to add the name. Just a second. Yeah, so we created this new object. Now we need to add this object to our task, but before that, let me comment this for now. But before that, let me give the output of each one of them, how they look. So I'm going to do console.log. I'm going to have information about my event.target.value. That is going to be first. Then the other thing I want to console log is my date. And let me save, get here inside my task. The first thing is get into my console. Let's say add, click on add. This is undefined and this is the stuff about our time. Okay, so this is the time. The other thing I want to show is that if I use date.getTime, and you can see this, if I click on add, you can see the milliseconds is changing every time. And I need to get here. So this should be target.task.value. Remember, task is the name. So e.target.task, that means my input field, .value, that means whatever the value I'm passing. Get here, give something random, click on add, you can see random and then the time. I hope you got the idea what we are trying to do. So I'm going to take this, remove this console. Now you have idea what is the object here. So we have this time, we have this name, and this is just converting this date, basically this date, into a time string, into a date string. This is great. Now all we have to do is focus on set task list. So that means we just need to have a list, or I should say array. And the first thing is to add all the previous tasks which our task list currently have, and just add a new one which we just created, something like this. Awesome. This is done. Let me save. Now remember, this is a state, so every time we add a new task, we are going to re-render this. If I get back here, let's say random, you can see it's here. I'm going to get an error about the key. Let's say random2 add, random3 add. It's working. Now if I refresh, things will be gone, but now we are able to add a task and demonstrate it here. Before moving forward, let me quickly fix the key error. So with my li, I should add a key. Now key should be easy because now we have task ID, so we don't have to worry much. And one thing we can do very quickly is to clear all, since we just need to clear the entire task list. So all I can do is either I can have a onClick function here. We have the access to task list, set task list. So we can do anything. Let's say onClick, and here I can just say set task list as empty. That should be great. If I get here, refresh, no error. Let's say random1 working fine, random2 working fine, random3 working fine. If I clear all, that's great. So things are working great at a small level. Now you might see that every time we add a task, this is not clean. So we need to do something either after the addition of our task, or I should say after the set task, we can just have a value as empty. So all we have to do is access the value, and I can just say empty. Let me save, get back here. Now if I have a random, add it, it's empty now, and I can clear it. Awesome. Now this is the base level functionality that we did earlier as well. So it was pretty easy for us to implement. There are few things that we now need to take care of. The first thing is, like we add a task, we should have option to edit and delete this task from our task list. So this is going to be interesting. Why? When we need to delete this, we need to filter out stuff from our entire task list. So our task list is going to find this element and then remove it. The other thing is to edit. Now edit comes with lot of complexity. Why? First we need to find the task from the task list. Yep, we need to find that particular task. Then we need to add that information here. If you observe, if I click on edit, I need to add that information here. Let me refresh this stuff. If I click on edit here, I need to first add this information here, and when I update it, I need to update that particular task. So you can observe this as a task list. I have my item 1, item 2, item 3. I need to visit each individual item and find that particular item. If I update, I need to update the time as well. So that's how things are going to work, but I hope you got the idea. We are moving well. We already covered our basic functionality. Now in the next one, let us focus on other functionalities. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us try to understand how to implement these two important functionalities, which is edit and delete. Now the problem we are going to face is that both of them are different component. So I am inside my show task. I click on this edit option. What I want is the data should get inside my add task to this input field. If you observe, if I click here, I get this data. So there are stuff happening inside the different component basically. And the other thing is I should have information that which task I have selected. So I need to carry that information everywhere. It should be the ID, it should be the information about the task as well as the time, because if I click on update, the time is updated. So we need to carry that individual task information. The best solution is to create a state so that I can share this everywhere. Now I literally mean create a state because I need that everywhere. If you observe, I need it in a different component itself. So that's the easiest way to create a state and handle it. Now what I am going to do is I am going to create a state basically, and I'm going to call this as task. Now this will be my individual task I am going to handle. Now this is not to show anywhere. This is when I perform a specific task to an individual element. Now by default I am storing it as an empty object. Now since we are only storing one object, so I don't need to take a list. I can store a single object which is going to have a name, its ID and the date. So this is empty right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this stuff to both of them. If we want, we can divide things into multiple lines. It's easy to read. And here I can pass this stuff which is my task. So add it here. Let's say my task and my set task. Remember, you don't need to add the commas because it's basically a single line, something like this. Let's do that here. Let's have task list, set task, and then these two. Let me save. Okay, now I can access both of them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get here. I'm going to have my task and my set task. Let me copy this as well and add it here. Now let's add the functionality. The first functionality should be pretty easy to delete any stuff. So when I click on the trash, I should be able to delete this. Okay, so the first thing, let me take it and let me add it at the front. Yeah. So the first functionality, to have option to delete. So on click, I want to handle the delete stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a handle delete, and this is going to take information about my task ID, which task I want to delete. The second thing I am going to have here is about my edit option. So I'm going to have a on click, which is going to be handle edit. Now here again I am going to have a task ID, so I can just find this particular task from my list and delete it or edit it. Now remember, this task is basically this one. I'm playing with the scope, so you need to remember that this is the task. It's not the state. Remember this point. This is the state. This is the individual task. If you want, I can edit. I can just call it as element or to do, something like this. We can do that, but it will solve the confusion. Here I really want to make things complicated. Since we are learning, it is going to be fun. But if you see now, it's easy for you to remember that this is to do. So it's easy for you to understand, to be honest. If you call this as task, you will understand more about scope, that this is the scope for this entire task. Okay, let's get here. Let's get back. Now what I am going to do is I am going to create these two functions. So I'm going to have the first function. Let's call this as handle edit, and then I'm going to have the second function, which is going to be handle delete. Awesome. Now when I click on handle delete, I am going to get an ID here. Let me store that ID, and what I need to do is I need to filter stuff from my task list. So I need to select all the other elements, all the other tasks, and just leave this task. This task I need to just left it out. So I can just create a new updated array. I can just say updated task list. Let me close this. So I'm going to have an updated task list. How? I'm just going to have my task list. I'm going to utilize the filter option, and I just need to have all the tasks that is not equals to this ID. First, let's select the individual to do, and I'm going to say to do dot ID is not equals to the ID that I'm passing here. Okay, awesome. And then I can set the task list to this new updated task list. You can see what we did here. We selected all the elements that is not equals to our ID. So suppose I have these three elements. I visited the first element, check if the id is equal or not. If not equal, okay, we are going to store this inside our updated list. Visited the second element, check if the id is equal. Nope, not equal. So that means we are going to keep it. Our condition is not equal. If we visit the third element and we check, okay, the id is equal. Nope, we are not going to keep it. So now our updated task list only have task that is not equal. Awesome. So we just leave the equal one. Now edit is going to be tough. We are going to play with it later, but I just have access to the id and test out the delete one. Refresh, things are working fine. Let's add 1, add 2, add 3. Okay, now if I delete 1, it's gone, delete 2, it's gone, delete 3, it's gone. Great, this is working fine. The other thing is, so here we haven't used this type of thing. It was not required, so nope, we haven't used it. Now let's get into edit one. Edit will require this information because we need to send data here. Awesome. So once we get here inside our edit, we first need to find the selected task. So here I am going to have const selected task. I need to find that individual task, and what I'm going to do is I am going to utilize my task list dot, I'm going to use find this time because we just need to find an individual element. I am going to select the individual to do inside this, and then I am going to check if this to do id is equals to my id that I am passing. So here I am trying to find a task. If I am able to find that, I am going to store in a selected task variable, and then I am going to set this particular task. Here I am going to have an object. I am going to say the name of the task, and here I am going to have that particular object. Basically I have access to this task. Let me try to do a console log here. Let me save, get back here. Now if I have add 1, let's say add 2. Now if I click on edit, you can see I have this entire object. Edit, I have this entire object. This is add 1, this is add 2. So what I can do is, now I can store this information. That means this selected task. I can use set task here. Yep. So what I did, I just captured the individual task and stored it here. Now this is the game we need to play carefully. Now I have access to this set task, this task on my add task as well, because this is from our app.js. So both the child currently have this information. Now I can get access to this information on my add task as well. So if I click here, I should have the value here. And how I can access the value? Well, it's simple. I can just get here inside my input and I can add the value. Let's say here I have option to value and I can just say task. Save. I need to go with name. So task.name, because it is going to be an object like this. Okay, let me clear this one. Let me refresh now. Yeah, things are working fine. And currently we are not storing in local storage, so everything is gone. Let's say add 1. Let's say add 2. Now if I click on edit, you can see I have access to this. If I click on edit this, I have access to this. So that means I am able to access this particular task. Also I have a error warning, a component is changing. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's not an issue. We will figure it out in a minute. So I hope you got the idea what we just did. We are trying to access the information between these two components. Now there is one important thing we need to take care, that when we have this task.name, basically we are now in edit mode, and if I try to submit right now, suppose if I click on edit, now this should have an option to update. If I refresh here, And if I click on edit, currently it's add. If I click on edit, this should have an option to update. It should not behave like a normal submit, normal add functionality. It should be a update functionality. So ultimately we are going to handle this submit. So this submit will be divided into two parts now. The first part to add something, the second part to edit something. Now it should be easy if our task is empty, like this one. If our task is empty, that means we are adding some stuff. If our task is having some value, that means we are editing. Why I am saying this is because if you remember, we store the task value, we update this task here inside our edit. So that means if we are editing something, our task is handling some value, our task state. So we can define stuff according to it. So we can have a functionality on our submit. So if we have task dot id, that means we are in some state of edit. And the other case is just to add things directly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it here, I'm going to add it here. Okay, so if we have this, we need to edit stuff inside this. I know this is the tricky part, so let me give you a quick reminder. When we click on this edit, we basically add stuff into our task state. Now this task state was empty, but now we added an object. Earlier it was an empty object, but now we added a selected task object. So that means we are going to have some content here and it should be update stuff. Now the submit part is same, because at the end of the day, if we are updating, if we are adding, for our form we are just going to call into submit. So if we are into submit, we need to define if we should call the edit functionality or add functionality. For edit functionality, we are going to check if our task is currently holding ID. If yes, then it's edit. Otherwise, it's just add a new task. Now here, how do we edit? We have the selected task, right? So how can we edit stuff? Well, it should be easy. Okay, it is not going to be easy. So first thing I'm going to do is I am going to access the new date, because we need to update the date. So I'm going to say just new date. The second thing I am going to require is my selected task, which is already stored in a state. So that's it. The third thing is I need to update the task. So all I have to do is just go with my const and I am going to say update task. And here I am going to utilize the map functionality. So I am going to have my task list. That means all the elements from my task list. And I am going to go with my map. And here with each individual task, I am going to check if it's equal to my task ID. If not, if yes, to be honest, if yes, then I'm going to add the new information, otherwise the old information. So let's have the first condition. So let's select the individual task, which is to do here, and get into the map, and here is going to be the fun stuff. So what I'm going to do, I am going to check this todo.id is equals to my task.id. Now todo.id is the selected item from my task list. Task.id is the item which we called for edit. So suppose if I called for edit my third item, so I am going to only experiment on my third item. So if this is equal, then I am going to do something, otherwise something else. Okay, so if this is equal, then what I'm going to do, I am going to store the new updated information. So how I'm going to access the new updated information? Well, so we click on the update here. That means I will have that information. So the first thing I need to update is, I don't need to update ID. So ID is going to remain same. So ID will be the task ID only. The second thing is I am going to update the name, because that is going to be a new value. So I should access that value now. The third thing I am going to update is the date. So I am going to have the time, and then I should copy paste. To be honest, this is long. ID is going to remain same. So this is the condition if I have found the selected item. Our date is new, our value is new. If we haven't found the selected item, that means all the other item, what should I do? I should store the normal information, the previous information about my to do. So what I can say is I can have this ID, I can say todo.id, I can have the name, I can say todo.name, I can have time, and I can say todo.time. Now the better way is you don't need to do this. You can just pass to do. That's it. Because it's also an object, right? So that's how we created a condition. Again, we complicated it, but it was worth. Now instead of all of this, you can just pass to do, because ultimately that's the whole thing. Remember to remove the semicolon, and this looks good. So now we basically created a new list. Awesome. Now this new list is ready. All we have to do is update our set task list. Awesome. I just need to pass this updated list. I can also call this as update list, updated task list. Awesome. Let me save, get back here. Let's see if I get an error. No error. Let's try to add 1, let's try to add 2, let's try to add 3. If I click on edit, got an error. No worries. Let's say add 5. Okay, the issue is I am not able to type here. Okay, let's get back here. Well, here is a problem. The problem is this is a fixed value which is task.name. So we need to update the name. Basically whatever we are typing, we need to change it. So what we can do is we can go with onChange, and we can access the event that we are typing in, call our setTask method. Here we are going to have the previous objects, the element of the object, and then I'm going to have my name, and here I just need to add e.target.value, that is for this particular input field only. If I get back here and if I now type something, it is working. So basically what I mean there is that if we have a value field, it is going to be a solid value field only. This is the value, that's it. Now we are updating that value as we move forward. That means as I type, I am updating that set state value. So here what I did is I updated the value for my task, and if I get here and if I want, instead of this e.target.task.value, I can also use task.name because I updated it on the go. So I can just say task.name here as well. So let me test this out. Let me have my task 1, my task 2, my task 3. If I click on edit, let's say updated. If I add, and you can see it's working now. So that means we are able to update it. But there are few things that are still remaining. That is that after updating the task list, I should just empty this task. That means the task that we are trying to carry, the individual task, because we don't need it. Our update is done. I also need to clear this. So I can clear this easy now. Since it's depend on value, if I clear the task, this value should be cleared. So we need to work on these 2-3 steps. Let's try to figure out in next one how to solve them, and also look at this warning. So we are going to fix all of this in the next lecture. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in the previous lecture, we almost completed all our tasks, that is to have a separate edit functionality and add functionality. But the problem is, once the task is done, we are still holding that information and we are getting some sort of error. So in this one, let us solve this. So let's say I have a task 1. First let me refresh this. Let's say I have a task 1. I got the error, that's great. Let's say then I have add a task 2, then task 3. If I try to update anyone, I have the option updated. Yeah, this is done and we can see our time is also updated. That means it's working fine. Now the first thing is how to get this out from here. So it is going to be easy. We can just set our task to empty object, because after doing all of this our work is done. I can just say set my task as empty. Similarly, after all my task is done, instead of doing this, since my value is now dependent on task.name, I can just do set my task to empty. Now if I do that, that means my task is gone. So my task is gone, my value should be empty. So that means my input field should be empty. I am doing this after adding my task. That means I should get a empty input. I am also doing this after updating my task. So that means the input field, this field should be empty, right? Well, the world is not that simple. If I refresh, if I just have add 1, I am still getting the error and this is not empty. Add 2, add 3, this is not empty. What is the problem? So here the first thing I should recommend is try to search about it. If you try to search about it, you will get Google links, you are going to get a blog. You can see I read this blog some time ago. So there are a lot of information that you are going to get. I strongly recommend search about this, read more about it. You are going to get some more information, not just about this topic. Well, the issue here is once we clear all this stuff, the value is undefined. Why? Because now this is an empty object. So task.name is undefined. So first we have an undefined value here. The other thing is also if we are trying to do on change, we currently don't have any type of value and it doesn't exist. So there is some issue. The easiest solution is to have a OR condition and give it a default value which is empty. So if by any chance this is undefined, we can say our default value is empty. We were doing that here. If you remember, e.target.task.value. So we were trying to have a empty values. Similarly, instead of doing this, I can have something like if this is undefined, just have a empty value. If I get back here, refresh this again. Now if I do task 1, working fine, task 2, working fine, task 3, you can see this is cleared and we don't have any warning. And if I say task 3, enter, it's clean. Why? Let me repeat again. So after we edit or we add, we are now cleaning this task. So this task.name doesn't exist and we have a empty value. That's how all our issues are solved and we are not holding any type of task now. So things are fine. Okay, great. So this part is done. If I try to edit here, let's say updated, this is updated. If I try to update here, updated, this is updated. If I try to delete this one, this is deleted. Great. If I clean all, everything is working fine. The only thing is we need to store information in our local host. But before that, I want to give you a quick revision what we did so it's easy for you to understand how things started. I'm not going to go too basics. I'm going to start from this task and set task. So what we did is inside our app.js, we created our individual task object, or I should say state, task and set task. By default, it's empty. So whatever individual state we are going to select, we are going to store its information. Now why we need to store information? So we can play with multiple component. So here in our show, if I click on any element, suppose I click on any edit, this is the edit option. So we are going to get handle edit and we are going to pass that particular ID which is unique to each individual task. We call this element, we select that task object and we pass that object to our set task. That means now we have this information stored in our state. The other thing is we have stored that information. So now since we have information about task now, our value will be filled automatically because now we actually did set task. So that means we have that information. So our task.name is something because we stored it here. The object is here now. So we have task.name, which is great. That means we have the value for our input field. Now since we have handle submit here, so that means if I do any type of change, it will be stored first inside my object itself with my set task. So if I'm writing anything, so suppose here I have task 1 and task 2. If I click on edit, I get and I reach here this stage, task.name. Now if I try to type anything, let's say updated. So with my each small change, I am calling on change and I am updating this individual task, the name or the task title, whatever I am trying to edit, I am storing that information with each edit. So that means the state task is updated now. And once I click on handle submit, all I have to do is I have to get here. Now if we have task.id, that means we are editing something. Remember, set task, this holds task id, task name and time. If we don't have task id, that means we are in an empty state and we are adding a new task. So we get inside this because after every step we are emptying it. We are basically saying it's an empty object. Remember, when we try to add a new task, our id is empty. But when we edit any task, our id is filled. At the time of adding a new task, we still have, if I refresh, at the time of adding some task, we still have task state. Why? Because we are creating task state with name, but we don't have id. So id is unique when we edit it. So this is the edit state and this is the add state. Now at the time of editing, we are doing some simple task, that is we need a new date. So we are accessing that date, and what we are trying to do is we are going to map each individual element. So what we are doing, we are basically creating an updated task list. We visit the first element, try to have the id with the first element and the individual element that we have stored in our state. We match the id. If the id is matched, yes, we update the name and update the time. Otherwise, if this doesn't match, we have the previous info only. That's it. Once that is done, we have our updated task list. Make sure you understand about map because it's important here. So we have updated task list, we update the task list and we set the task. Now here we can do other stuff as well, like we can update the individual task as well. But I think map worked well here. We can definitely update that individual task and it should work fine as well. Once this is done, we just do set task to empty object. So everything is clean now. That's all. I hope you got the idea. This was a major logic that we try to work on. Honestly, I wanted to talk about this concept of having an individual element state. So I created this example. Otherwise, it can be done with other references like if I am trying to edit a task, I can just have a edit field here itself. I don't need to transfer information to a different component. It can be much easier if I can edit some stuff here. But since we are in a learning phase, you are watching a tutorial, you should understand this. Now thank you for following. Now in the next one, what we are going to do is add an update button. Hey there, welcome back. Now this is going to be a super quick lecture. All we have to do is add an update button here. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to see if we have a task.id. If yes, we are holding this task ID, then we are going to do something, otherwise something else. If we have that ID, we can say update, otherwise we can just say add. Let me save, get back here, refresh. Now here I am going to have task 1, then task 2, then task 3. Now if I click on this edit, it can see it's working fine. Let's say update. If I click on update, our task ID is empty now, so we have this again. So that's how we can simply have a update option just with the reference of task ID. Okay, that's it. I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us focus on our local storage. That means if I'm trying to add some task, I need to store that inside local storage. Now this can be done pretty easily. All we need to focus on our task list. So all we have to do is this task list should be updated when we add any item, and this should be accessed when we want to show any item. That means everything should be dependent on local storage, and this can be done easily. The first thing is, instead of having this empty right now, I can just go onto local storage and access a task list. So if you remember, if we need to access local storage, all we have to do is go with our local storage dot get item, and then I need to find the task list. Let me save, get back here, and here we got an error. Well, the problem is we don't have any currently. So if I get here, in my local storage, I don't have any task list. So by default, this is empty. This doesn't exist actually. Also, if we get some content, we need to parse it. So I need to use json.parse and convert this entire local storage response. So this is the response that I am going to get. But on our first run, there is nothing. So we need some option, right? So what we need to do is we need to have a OR option for an empty array. So if on first run, if there is any local storage exist, okay, we are going to fetch that. Otherwise, it's empty array for us. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see the error is gone. Let me clear and refresh. So I'm not getting any error. So that's the way we are going to access the local storage. If we have any type of information inside our local storage, we will use it. Otherwise, it's empty array. But now how to set information in local storage? Well, we can use effect. Yep, those who got the idea. Okay, I'm not going to tell. Just pause the lecture and see how you can utilize use effect. Okay, let me give you a hint. Every time we update this task list, we can call the use effect and update our local storage. Try to pause and visualize the code. If not, let's do this. Let's say use effect. It is going to have a function as an argument and then the dependency. The dependency is going to be task list. So every time we update this task list, we need to run this function, and inside this, all I'm going to do is call my local storage, set the item, and this time I need to select my task list. If it exists or not, I'm going to set, and I need to pass the item, which is going to be my this task list. Awesome, but I need to cover this with stringify. So I'm going to have a json.stringify. Awesome. So every time we update our task list, we set this information inside local storage. Let's get here. Let's refresh, and now you can see on the first run, I guess this was empty. So we stored empty information. Let's do this now. Let's say task 1. You can see I have this ID, this name, and this time. Let's do this again. Let's say task 2. Let's say task 3. So we have these 3 objects. Now this is going to work every time we update our task list. That means if we delete anything, if we update anything, it is going to run. And that means our local storage is going to stay updated. We don't need to call this every time here and there. No, we don't need to do this. All we have to do is if I delete anything, it's gone. If I update anything, let's say updated, click on update, and you can see it's updated here. That's the advantage of using use effect. Now I hope with this right example you understand why use effect is important. We can call this every time on our state update. Now here is some good news. If I refresh, my tasks are going to stay here. Not only this, if I open this on a new tab, my task is here. Not only this, I close my browser, open this again, my task is still going to stay here. Why? Because we have stored them inside our local storage. So they are going to stay here and we can access them anytime. There is other type of storage which is session storage and you can utilize it, but the problem is it is going to remain for a single session, whereas local is permanent. So even if you come back later, you will have access to all the information. And how this is working? So if you remember on the first run, we are trying to call this one. So when we visit the website for the very first time, this doesn't exist. So we have empty array. But when we come later, maybe we have empty array or something because we run this use effect on the first time. So we set the local storage as empty array. Now when we use it later, we have this empty array exists, so we utilize it. If we add any type of element, we have this information updated and then we access this information through local storage. I hope you got the idea. Take some time, visualize, because this is important. This helps us to work with our storage now. And we need to use that storage for our theme as well. But before that, we need to apply that theme. So in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to apply a theme as well as we are going to play with local storage again to store that theme information. What I mean by this is that if I select here, now if I refresh, my theme information is stored. Where? Well, it's in local storage as theme. Let's do that in next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now we are going to focus on theme part. So all I have to do is jump onto header.js because here we have option to select any theme and do all this stuff. So the best thing I can do is create a state and hold my theme information. And let's say here I have use state and by default I have a theme as dark. Okay. So now what I want is I want to apply this dark theme on my web page. So basically this is going to be our web page, and what I need to do is on my HTML I need to add a class called as dark and the theme will be applied. So behind the scene with our CSS, if you jump onto index.css, I have these theme. So with dark I have the dark color, with medium, with the light, and then with gradients. So I have stored all the information. So that means for some reason if I go on to document element if I get into my class list, this is basically our HTML, and then our class list add this theme, it will be dark. You can see it's dark now. If this is light, if I refresh, you can see it's light. So that's how we can work on. The first thing I should do is on click I need to change the theme. So by default this is the theme, but on click I can change the theme. I can change it to medium, dark, G1, G2, G3, and I need to apply that on our HTML root. So for that I can use effect. So every time my theme is changed, my class will be changed. Here you can see it's light. Let me refresh. So it's still there. I haven't saved the file. So yeah, so that's the case. Let me save this and it should be gone. Yeah. So what I mean by this is I have a use effect. This is going to be a function, then the dependency will be theme. So every time I update this theme, I need to change the class. Yep, you heard it right. So I have this document dot document element dot class list dot add, and I need to add my theme. Great. So if I actually need to have a on click object on all of them. So on click, I just need to set theme. So for example, it will be on click here, and I just need to get here and say set theme, and I need to pass the theme that I want to set. For this one, it will be light, and then as I move forward, so let me copy this, add this here, and I need to change this. Okay, let me save, get back here. Now if I click on this one, you can see it's changed. This one it's changed, this one it's changed, this one it's changed, this one it's changed. If I click on this one, nothing works. So what is happening is we are just adding them. On the last one which we add in our sequence will work. That's why I started from here. So first I clicked on light, it was working, then medium, it was working, then dark, and keep on following. Now if I click on light again, it is already there but at the end. So what I need to do first is I need to remove all the classes. So with my document document element, I just need to remove the attribute, entire attribute of my class. Once my class is removed, I am going to add it again. So it's currently medium that we have selected. If I click on this one, I have removed the previous one and added it here. Light. Yep. Yeah, it's working great. Now the other information I need to do is which one is active class. So active class will look something like this. So all we have to do is whichever theme is active, we can say active class. Yeah, that is going to take some evaluation, but that's easy. All I have to do is get here. Now my class is going to be dynamic. I am going to have a dynamic class. I am going to check a condition. If my theme is equals to light. Yep. I should not say equals to, but yeah, you know, I am doing a comparison. If this is light, I am going to add some class. If this is not light, I am going to add some class. So if this is light, theme is light, that means I am going to add the active class. So it will be light and active, and otherwise it is just going to be the light. Like this is just medium by default, this is just dark, this is G1. So I need to do this with every single one. Instead of light, I need to check if this is medium or not. So I'm checking if this is medium, that means I'm going to add medium and active. Otherwise this will be just medium. The similar condition will work on all of them. Let me save. Now I should get back here. Click on light, click on medium actually, then light, then dark. Something like this. I should play. Yeah. So I hope you got the idea what we are trying to do. Now remember this evaluation. There are chances that you are going to get confused. If this theme is equals to light, then I am going to add a active. Now behind the scene, the CSS for active is basically just enlarging this. Height and width is increased for active theme. And remember, here I am applying class to this span, not to the entire HTML page. For entire HTML page, we are doing it here. We are applying the theme. Here we are just applying for that span. So you might be thinking why I am applying light when I am not active. Well, you are applying to this small box by default. and whichever is active, the box is bigger. That's it. Theme is applied here in this use effect actually. So every time we update a theme, we click on this on click, we set the theme to light, we get inside our use effect, we remove the old class, add the new class, that's it. Since the dependency is theme, so if I click on set theme again to dark, we will call this, remove the previous class, add the new class. That's how it is going to work. If I click on dark, remove the previous class, add this class, you can see here we have active theme and on top we have dark. This looks great. If I refresh, I get back to light. Why? Well, default is light. We can set it to medium, whatever we want, but we are still not storing the information. That means we are not storing inside our local storage. It's application. Here we don't have theme. Either take it as a homework or let's do this right now only. That either you can pause and do it yourself or let's do it. So what we need to do is we need to access information. So the best thing we can do, we can access it here. If we don't have that information, it will be medium. Something like we did with our task list. So I'm going to have my local storage. I am going to get the item and the item is my theme. And remember, whatever we are trying to access, we need to parse it basically. So I'm going to have a json.parse. Great. So I'm trying to fetch that information. If it exists, great. Otherwise it's medium. Currently it doesn't exist. So if this is medium by default or whatever the information is, we need to set it on every update. Where we need to set? On local storage. So I'm going to select my local storage, set item, what item I need to set, my theme, and what is going to be the value? Well, it is just going to be the theme. Now again, this value should be stringify. So I'm going to convert this, use my json.stringify, save, and if I get back here, now I have this theme. Because on first run we checked our JSON, it's empty. We took our medium as our theme state, then get here, we set the medium as our local storage. Get here, refresh. Now if I update, now every time I update, I get inside my use effect, update the local storage, update the class. Awesome. That's all. Our project is ready. We implemented the UI part, we implemented the logic part, we implemented the functionality part, and we implemented now the local storage part. Also, I hope you get the actual use case of this use effect now. I tried to make it twice, so I hope you got the idea. And that's it. That's all for this one. Now we just need to deploy it either on Vercel or Netlify. There are two ways by which we can deploy it, and I'm going to talk more about deployment in the next lecture. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us deploy our project on an online server. So there are two ways by which we can deploy. Either the one that is recommended, as we move forward with a bigger project, we are going to utilize it, or the other one which is also recommended, but there is some issue. Let's talk about both. The first one is to push your project from your local to a GitHub repository or Bitbucket, basically a Git repository, and then from your Git repository to Vercel, Netlify, or whatever the server we are using. So that means you connect your local code base through Git to a repository, GitHub, Bitbucket, or any other, and then the GitHub will be connected to our Vercel or Netlify or whatever the server we are working. It's great because you can do a small change later on, push onto GitHub, then from GitHub to push onto Netlify. Then maybe you want to add something else, you do that change, and you can keep on working in a continuous way, even after deploying the project. That's the first way recommended. It's going to take time. The other way, which we are going to use right now, because since our project is currently small and I want to talk about that method as well. So the other way is to simply create a build and then upload that build on Netlify. That means a one-time task. That's it. If we need to update anything in future, we need to again create a build and do that manually. With the whole first method, everything is automated. We just need to set up GitHub once and Netlify once, then it's automated. With the second one, we need to do every task manually. So let's talk about second one for now, and from the next project, everything we are going to do will be through the first process. So here, jump on to Netlify. If you are a new user, register, otherwise log in. Let me do a quick login with the help of my GitHub. It's a free account on GitHub as well, so just create an account. Once you are here, all you have to do is just get into a new website and click on deploy manually. You will be on this particular page, which is app.netlify.com/drop. And the other thing I need to do is I need to stop my server. Get here, Control C to stop my server. Make sure you are inside your taskmate and you need to run the command npm run build. Yep, you just need to run this command. This is going to create a build folder. So all you have to do is just select your folder and then you can drag and drop here. So if you observe here, I can drag and drop, or you can just select the folder with the click option. That's it. This looks fine. Make sure you remove your ad blocker or different type of extension which are already installed, because it is going to give you an error. Let me see, it is going to take few minutes, but since it's a manual deploy, in the meantime you can also fix your site URL. So this is our current site URL. If I open, yeah, my website is working, and here I can get into my domain setting, and here I have option to edit the name. So I can give it a name, whatever I want. I can say taskmate project. Since I already have a URL taskmate-ul, I can say ss Shubham Sharda. So it will be taskmate-ss. If I save this one, now this is the updated URL and this is the website. So if I save any task, let's say task 1, and if I change this theme, refresh, things are stored in my local storage. Get here, get into application. Now the local storage is for my, if you observe this, it is for taskmate-ss.netlify.app. Earlier this local storage for localhost, here it was for taskmate-ul. I hope you got the idea and you understood how to start a project, build a project and deploy it. Don't worry, we will also explore the other deployment method, since we are going to use it on all other projects. So that's all. That's how we are going to deploy this one. Now there is a problem that if we need to do any type of change here, we need to create a build again, get here and get into my deploys for this particular project and upload it here, the build, new build again. So for any small change, we need to do this again and again. We can do that, it's manual process, but our preference should be some automated one. So that's how you are going to update. I hope you now understand how to update your domain name as well. Get into site overview, update the domain name. One last thing, currently I have divided stuff into app.css and index.css. If you want, you can divide them into dedicated component CSS file. For example, here I have header for the entire header part. Remember this one. Then I have add task for my add task part. And then I have show task for my show task.js. So that's how I have divided this with properly, and now you have option to divide it according to your requirement. Okay, great. And I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now let us start our journey with React Router. If you remember, I mentioned that React is a library and not a framework. Now there are some missing pieces with React as a framework. Like why I don't consider React as a framework? Because we don't have a router with React. So React is a library. We have another library which is known as React Router, and we are going to install it and we are going to use it in our project now. That means together these two can be powerful. And now I feel okay, React is behaving somewhat like a framework. So yeah, this is the missing piece that I really want to use. Now what this missing piece do, and what does the term router mean? And what is this router? So basically if you visit any website in the world, you will see multiple pages. You can jump onto a new tab, you will have option about learn maybe. If I click on API, you can see this is a new web page. If I click on something else, it's a new web page. Till now, we have been working with localhost on a single page only. We haven't included any type of link. We haven't included any type of tab for our navigation. That means we were working on a single page only. React is a single page application, but we can divide things according to component. Let me explain what our requirement currently is. Suppose, okay, don't worry, we are not going to build this right now, but suppose this is an application and we jump here on our products and we get information about all our products using /products. So this is a route basically which tell React, okay, render certain component for our product. There will be certain common component for our entire website like header and footer, but there will be unique components according to our page. Now if I just open this one, you will see it's product / my ID. So now I am telling React, okay, this is the ID. Try to render a new component according to that. So let me give you a step-by-step idea. When I am on home page, I am rendering my top header. I am rendering some other content and then my footer. That's step 1. When I get into my products, I already have my header, so I'm not reloading any new page. If you check, if I jump here, you can see it's not re-rendering. If I get here, you can see there is no refresh actually. It's just rendering the component which I require. Let me get into my elements. So if I'm inside my elements, and if you see which component is going to load. So if I open any product, you can see I'm rendering my main component. So my header and my footer is constant. I'm not reloading. If I reload anything, you will see entire web page reload. So that's the most common thing. Most websites render everything again. So if I visit their home, they will render everything. If I visit any product, they will render everything. But with React, it's a single page application. We just render the unique component. And here if I give you the other idea, suppose I am on products, I will mention that this is the route, this is the path. If I am on this path, then render product list component. Then I will also mention a route that if I am on products with an ID, then render product detail component. And this component will be same for all type of product page. Suppose I am on the other one. So the component design is same. I'm just filling the information, like I'm just adding a title, I'm adding subtitle, I'm adding image. So the component is same. I'm just adding information. That's how it is going to work. I know this might sound confusing right now, but you just need to understand one thing, that we can add multiple pages in React and everything is handled by component. If I have a page, I just need to mention which component I need to load. Now there are a lot of powers we have because of React Router that we are going to explore in this whole section. That's it. That's the major point. The other point was that everything happens on a single page. That means we don't refresh the entire page, we just render the required stuff. One quick example I can give you is if I do some manual changes here, let's say test. If you remember, I did this initially as well, but now since we are going to work on it, it's good time to give you this example again. So if I am on test, if I get onto a new page, you can see that test is still there because we haven't refreshed. this is a manual change. If I open any product, you can see this is still there. But if I refresh this, it's gone. You can see we reloaded everything. Now on reload, there is cost to load an image, to load some text. On reload, performance cost is expensive. So these are the two things that I want to mention. Everything is on a single page and we can load specific component according to our route. Yep, this is the home route. Okay, that's it. Now let me jump onto our editor. Now this time I have created a base structure because I don't want to do everything from basics like create React app and everything. I did already. So you don't have to watch me doing this again and again. So what I did is I created a folder as rootmate. So inside this I'm going to have my entire project. Now the first thing I did is I removed all the unwanted stuff. I added my basic CSS inside app.css and index.css, and I have removed the unwanted code from these two files. The next thing I did is I added my asset and my logo. Again, inside my public I replaced all the static stuff and I just updated the title and my favicon and everything. One other quick step I did is I get into my component and created some base component. For example, I have a product list page, then product detail page, then home page, then I have few component for header, footer and contact page, something like this. So this is going to be the component. And then this is of no use. I just added so I have this const products. We are not going to utilize it. You don't need it. I just want to copy paste, so I just stored it here. One other thing I have is this asset folder. Inside this I have a placeholder image and I have kept my logo here as well. So this placeholder image is just a basic image that we can use anywhere. So we don't have to have a fixed product image. This is just product 1, 2, 3. So I can just have this image. That's it. That's the base structure ready. Now the next step is to install our React router. So all we have to do is just go with npm install. Then I need to install React router DOM @6. Make sure you are using @6 to install the version 6, latest version 6. Make sure you use version 6 only, because you are going to have a difference with 7 and 5. Suppose maybe you are trying to use 5, there will be here and there syntax difference. Similarly, in future, whenever they are going to launch 7, they will have difference with syntax. So it's better to install the version which I am using. Let me press enter. Yeah, that's done. Let me close this one for now. Get into my package.json, and here you can see I have React router DOM. Awesome. Let me close this one. So that is our base structure ready. Now the next step is to create a base user interface, so we can have things to visualize. Our aim is to work with links, work with tabs, open some products, something like this. If I click here, I need some type of structure like this. If I open this one, I need something like this. So it is going to be easy for us to differentiate what route is going to return what. So that's what we are going to do in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start basic of our router. So what we need to do is we need to understand how to have this functionality. We already installed it, but what type of syntax we need to use, how to activate this functionality, do we need to run any type of command to have this route functionality? Well, yes, we need to utilize some wrapper, we need to utilize some type of command that we need to discuss initially. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get here inside my source, inside my app.js, and here we need to add all our router. As we grow, what we do is we usually create a separate file for that, but for now we are going to write everything here. I will be mentioning everything step by step. So after the installation part, we need to wrap our entire application with a wrapper that will give us the power to use router and all the other type of syntax and tags. So what is a wrapper? Well, basically it is going to be a tag that is going to cover our entire application, our entire app. We can either add it at the top and bottom here, so we will cover it, or we can get here inside our index.js and add above our app and close below our app, so our app will be inside it. Let me give you an idea step by step. So let me open my app.js here, and what we need to do is we need to import it. Let's say import, it is going to be browser router. So let's say, and we are going to import it from our React router DOM. Yup. So this is going to be the wrapper, and how we are going to utilize it? Well, just like the component that we use. So all I have to do is have this here and then a closing tag here, and I take this here, have it here, and I wrap my entire application. So every component, every other stuff, everything will be inside here now. The easier way that I think is to wrap this entire app here only, so we don't have to worry much and do any other type of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it here and add the import here, and take this here, add it just above my app. Much easier. So now we have this here. Also, let me undo all this stuff here. Looks good. So our app is going to remain as it is, but we have wrapped our app with a browser router. One more thing you can do, which is pretty common and you might get confused, is we can rename this. We can just say it as router. You will see this with multiple projects, not just mine, but online as well. So you can just use router now. So this is pretty common practice that you will notice online. For now, I'm just going to say browser router. Now, how we are going to start? Now remember, whenever we visit any type of index page, by default, we are on home page. So that means this is our home page. Now we need functionality to have multiple route. So we are going to add that setting here. What I'm going to do first is to import certain things. So there are two important things that we need to import. The first one is our routes, and the second one is going to be route. I know the name is confusing, but you will understand why. And this is also going to be from React router DOM. And now here I can mention everything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove stuff from here, and I'm going to utilize my routes and router. So we need to utilize this routes tag. So it is basically a cover that is going to handle individual route. Let me explain what. I'm going to have route and then closing tag route. Okay. So this is going to be a cover, or you can say as a simple tag. And inside this, I am going to have individual route. Yep. So suppose I have a route for my home page, then I have route for my product list page, and then I have a route for individual product page, something like this, or maybe our contact us page. Now how we need to define them, or what information we need to provide. So the first information we need to provide is path, that is what is going to be the URL structure. So if I say if I'm on home page, that is just the slash, I need to load some type of element. So here I'm going to have an element tag, and I just need to mention which component I'm going to load. So let me try to import, okay, I'm going to import them later, but I'm just going to give you an example. Suppose I'm going to import the home component here. So whenever we land on this route, this particular path, we are going to render the home component. Similarly, if I add few other, suppose if I land on products, then I need to render product list component. And suppose if I land on products /1 001, that is my ID initially, then I need to render product detail component. I have product detail, right? Okay, yeah. So that's how I am going to load them. So let me load this home. So let me load all of them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have an import. Here I will have home from it will be from my component and slash home. Similarly, I need to add, so I'm going to have product list, then I'm going to have product detail, then I'm going to have a contact us as well. So I'm going to just say contact. Looks good to me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get here. We don't have any error, and by default we are on home, so we are having information about our home component. If I add a slash here, you can see it's working. Now the next thing I'm going to do is, the next is our products. If I open this one, go with slash products, enter, you can see I got my product list. Then what I'm going to have is, suppose this one, individual element, which is going to be product detail, and here we have product detail. The next one is about our contact, so let's say here contact, and this is working fine. So that's how we need to add them. Now there are a lot of things that we need to cover, but this was the base structure, that we are going to have a wrapper that is going to cover our app, and we call it as browser router. Then we are going to have routes that is going to bundle every individual route. So this is like the top thing, and inside this we are going to have the individual routes. This individual route required two important things. The first one is path, so we can match on which URL we are, and then the element, so we can mention which is the component that we need to load when we are here. Now the fun thing is, this is just the middle part. Here on the top I can add a header. Let's say I can have some type of header here, and for now I'm just going to say header, and I can just say footer. Let me save, get back here. So you can see I have this header, I have this footer. Now if I go on my home page, you can see I still have my header, I still have my footer. If I go on to my products page, you can see I have my header, I have my footer, and then the products page. Now at this point of time, we are refreshing every single time. We are not rendering single component. What we are doing is we are visiting them by going on to the URL and entering as a new request. So we are going to have this refresh. But if we navigate through our website through links, it is not going to have a proper refresh. If you see this, if you navigate here, you don't see a refresh, but here we are trying to visit different pages, it's actually a refresh. We are going to cover this in next one, but I hope you got the base idea. Browser router, routes, route, that's it. And then we have path and element. Now in the next one, we are going to improve our structure a bit, so we can play with more information about our route and how to have things dynamically. So that's all for this lecture, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us quickly try to improve our structure. So at this point of time, I have everything inside my div. Then I have created this header. So instead of this, let's have a proper header component. So I'm going to have a header component, and here I am going to have a footer component, and I need to import them from top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an import. The first one will be for my header from, and it is going to be from components slash my header. Similarly, I need to have it for my footer. Save. Okay, looks good. So now we have a proper base structure. Now one thing a lot of people do is they try to remove this. It's okay, you can have a div or not, you can use fragments, totally according to your requirement. The other thing that we will do later is to move everything to a different folder so we don't have a mess. It's our personal choice. So for now, let's stay here and work on it. So that's how you can add header. Now let me jump here on my header so I can create a base structure for now. And then we are going to play with that base structure. and I will explain you things like why to use certain tag and why not to use them. So let me get into my header, and first let's create a base header structure, and this should be easy because we have been doing this multiple times. So here I am going to have my header tag. Inside this I am going to have a tag that is going to cover my image and name. Now we are going to use h tags. Now you will see me using navigation and linking in this section a lot because we are going to play with it. Then I am going to have a nav tag now because I need navigation, I need home, product page, contact tab like this. So yeah, I'm going to have a navigation and I'm going to give it a class as navigation. And here inside a tag I need to add lot of stuff, but before that let me give it a class as logo. Awesome. Now this a tag should just go on to the home, so I'm going to have a slash, and inside this I am going to have my img that is going to have my logo, so I need to import it. I'm going to call it logo anyway, so I'm going to have my import that is going to be my logo from, and this is going to be from my assets, and then logo dot png. Awesome. That is done. I'm going to have route mate logo. This looks good to me. Then I am going to have a span so I can mention my company name, trademark name, or website name, something like this. Let's say route mate. Awesome. Now inside this navigation what I'm going to have is link. I am going to have a link that is going to be for my home, and I'm going to call it as home. Then again I'm going to have a tag that is going to be for my products maybe. So this is going to show product list and this is going to be products. Then again I'm going to have another a tag that is going to be for my contact. Let's say contact. Awesome. So this looks good. Let me also open footer. Yeah. And this should be easy. Let's say I have a footer. Inside this I just need to have one quick text. Let's say 2030 trademark or something. Route mate. Let me save. And also with my header I have these individual a tag. I need to add a class name so they looks good. I'm going to say link. Awesome. Let me save, get back here. Okay, so this is our current header. This is great. We have this. If I click on home, I get on home. If I click on products, I am on products. If I click on contact, I am on contact. So we got the navigation, and this is the footer. The problem you are going to see is this is not a single page application right now. Suppose I get here inside my. Suppose if I click on products, you will see everything is reloading. If I click on contact, you see everything is reloading. Because when we use a tag basically sends a proper new refresh call, new render request for entire page, entire website. This is not component rendering right now. This is actually entire refresh. So this works well when we are just creating a HTML template using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But as soon as we are working on React, this is not going to work. So there is alternative to a tag, that is going to be link and nav link, that we are going to talk about. But I hope you got the idea that this is the current structure, why we are not going to use a tag, and what is the alternative, link and nav link. Once we use them, you will get an idea. So this is done. This structure is done. That was the main thing. Let me close this for now. And one thing we can do is, since we know this is going to be our header, this is going to be our footer, what if we cover everything inside main? Because ultimately all of this is going to be the between part, the part that we need in the middle. So if I save this, now you can see things are better because we have given certain height to this main. if I get here inside my index, and here you can see I have max minimum height as 100 VH. So if I go with 90, save, and if I get here, you can see it's a big page now. And this help us to define, okay, we have space and we can cover route. We just need to have routes, but we can cover, we can add stuff above and below it. Okay, so that was the first major information. Now let me jump on to my A tag again. So what we need to use if we don't want A tag? Well, we can utilize link. Yep. So all I have to do is get here, get into my import mode, and here I need to import link from my React router DOM. Yep. And there is something else which is navlink. We are also going to use it, but first add link now. Here instead of A tag, we are going to have link everywhere. So instead of A, let's have link. You can also click on, you can just click by pressing Alt key, and then you can paste them together. Now that's done. So instead of A tag, we are going to use link, but instead of href, we need to use to. Yep. So with link, we need to add a 2 instead of href. So here this will be 2, then this will be 2, then this will be 2. If I save this one, now if I get back here, okay, refresh. Now what I am going to do is I am going to make a single page test. So that means now our complete website should behave like a single page. And if I click on anything, it should not entirely refresh like it was doing before. It should just render the component that is changing, which is my main. So suppose if you observe this, if I click on products, you can see only main was updated, that is this div. If I click on contact, you can see only this. Home, products, contact, you can see it's now faster because we are not rendering again. So if I get here, home, products, contact, home, products, contact, you can see it's pretty fast, and you can also observe the change in URL here. Contact, product, home, that's how it is going to work. And we are only rendering the required stuff. And behind the scene, what happens is if we click on something, we first get into the index, we get into the app, and here what we do is we render the entire page from top to bottom, we render the header, and then we find what component we need to render, and then we try to match the path. So if we are on home page, we will render this, skip all the routes, and render our footer. Suppose if we are calling the product page, so we will render this and then render our footer. So that's how this is going to work. So I hope you got the idea what link do. It is basically A tag, but without the refresh functionality, but with the power of rendering only the stuff that is required. Okay, now what is this nav link? Well, nav link is just the link, but it gave us a special power that we can utilize for our navigation. Now let me replace everything with nav link here for my navigation. Now what nav link do is it add active class automatically if I am on that particular page. Suppose if I am on home page, it will add an active class here inside my navigation. Or maybe if I am on product page, it will add an active class here. Let me give you an example. If I get here, and here if you observe, I will have something as active. So if I click on products, you can see this is active. If I click on contact, you can see this is active and product is not, the active is gone. But here a problem is that home is always active. You can see this active class for home. If I click on product, product is active. If I click on contact, now contact is active and product is not. So why home is always active? So what happened here is when I jump onto this particular URL, my nav link try to match with all the possible nav links. If they match, then it is going to say active, otherwise no. So this is going to match with all of them basically. That means the initial slash is going to match every time, no matter what we do. So what we have to do is we need to add a end. Now this means that this should be exact. If this is exact, only one slash is there. That means if we only have a home page, then we are going to have this as active. Otherwise, we will match with others. Let me save, get back here. Now you can say home is gone. So if I say home, that means I have a slash here. So home is active. If I go on product, now product is active. If I go on contact, now contact is active. So that's how this whole nav work. It basically adds a active class. And here I have defined background color and border radius for my active. So you see a different type of visual. And one important thing, suppose I am on contact. If I go on home from here, ultimately this will turn into active because it is going to match our URL and we are on a home page. So this will be active. Now how I get this information? Well, I was reading documentation. Earlier it was exact, but now they have this end, the recent change. So that is why the version is important. In version 5 it was exact, in version 6 it is end. So that's it. That's all about our link and nav link. Now we can have this link everywhere. That means we are not going to utilize a tag. We use a tag when we want to send to a different website. Suppose I have some footer tag and I want to send on maybe on Facebook, on my social media icons, my YouTube, then I'm going to use a tag. Link and nav link is only used to visit our own website path that we have mentioned in our route. So here the path is slash product, which is a route. Here the path is slash, which is our home route. So nav and links are great when we are only working with our own routes. Let's do this with our footer as well. So we have this footer. What I'm going to do is have a link. So let me copy this one. And on the top I am going to have this. I don't require nav link. Remove this, have this link. So I am going to utilize link and slash link to close this. In between this I am going to have this information, and instead of href I am going to use 2. That will be my slash because I want to get into home. If I get here, you can see now it's clickable, but first let me go on to contact. You can see I am on contact page. If I click on this, you can see now I am on home. One thing you can also notice from here, if I am on contact, my current active is contact, active for contact. If I click here, this is active and we are not refreshing the entire page. Awesome. I hope you got the idea. This was important. One other information that is left is that you don't need to close this route. You can also utilize a self closing tag and it should work fine. So instead of this, you can also use something like self closing tag. Both are going to work just like our component. This is also self closing if we want. And if I refresh, things are still working fine. That's all for this lecture. I hope you got the idea about nav link and link. Now in the next one, I am quickly going to touch about the props for our component and focus on navigation. Not the nav link, but the navigation. So thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, we are going to discuss about navigation. So there are two options. You will see me using use navigate hook, and then you will also see me using navigate component, something like this. Now what is this and how we are going to play with it? Well, whenever we are working inside some component, you will see me using the hook, use navigate or something like this. And whenever we are working with maybe route or maybe we want to render some type of stuff according to user condition, then you will see me using navigate, the component one. Let's take practical example. Now before that, I just did a small change. So I added a class as component with each one of them, with the contact, with my home, with my product detail and product list. The reason is, so it's pretty clear and visible at the time of recording. Otherwise this was looking too small, so I just added box shadow and increased the font size. Yep, get back here. Now we need to focus on the navigation part. Now suppose I am on contact page, suppose, and here let me remove, or I should say just add some fragment, add this here. Yep, and what I need to do is I want to add a button, and the button is going to maybe move me towards home or something like this. So I can just add a button, and here I can add information back to home, and this button needs to do something. I'm going to add a on click function, and I'm going to have handle submit, something like this. And then I'm going to just have a function, let's say const my handle submit. So we need to do certain task. Maybe once we click on this button, we need to send something to API or do some task. For now, I'm going to just do a console log. Dash dash dash. Once that console log is done, we need to move to our home page because our task is done. So it can be something like you clicked on a submit form. So the submit form need to send all the data to our database, and then we need to return to home page. Something like this. It can be anything, but we now need to move towards a different URL. And how we are going to do that? Well, for that we have a hook called as use navigate. So all we have to do is first import it. So I'm going to have import, and this is going to be use navigate, and this will be from my React router DOM. Now once that is done, now since it's a hook, we need to just initiate it. So I'm going to have a const, I'm going to have my navigate equals to, and I just need to call this one. Now this is going to hold the power to just navigate any stuff. So inside our handle submit, if after doing all the console log, all the API task or anything, now I have the option to navigate stuff to any page. Maybe I want to move towards home page. I can do that. I can have slash, that's it. Now this was our contact page. So if I get here, get into my contact page, click on back home, you can see I'm now back to home. Now it can be anything. It can be maybe our products page. I can do that. Get here, get into my contact, back home. Now this time I'm into my product list page. So that's how this navigate is important. Now there are certain conditions when you need to return something, and during that you can have return navigate. It is going to work exactly the same. Contact, click here, and I'm on navigate. Now one thing we need to track is our console log, because that is the task that we are doing. So if I get here, get into my contact, clear this up. Now that means once I click on this submit button, suppose for my form, I'm going to have information. I'm going to get here. I need to send all my data from the form to maybe my backend, and then I'm going to go to my home page, something like this. So I'm going to have this as submit, for example, submit form, save. So after all the task is done, if I click here, you can see I got the console and I am back on my home page. So that's how things are going to work. Now there are a lot of things that can happen within this submit. For example, we need to create a pop-up, or we need to show some information that your form is submitted, and then we are going to navigate this. But the basic aim was to use this hook and navigate within our component. So I hope you got the idea. Now the other one was, if you remember, I also told you that we can utilize navigate, something like this, and this works great at the time of route and condition. What I mean by this, so let me jump onto my route. Let me get here, get into my app.js. Now suppose I have a route something like admin, which is pretty important. Let's say admin. Now what I want is, I want to add condition inside my element. So the first thing I am going to do is I'm going to have a navigate, and I can just add a 2 equals to slash. So this is a component with some direction. That means the link, you can say href, and I need to import this. So I'm going to import this from my React router DOM, navigate, and let me save. Now if I get here, if I visit my page, everything is working fine, no error. Now if I get here to my admin, you can see I am reverted back to my home page. What I just did is I just navigated like this only, exactly like this, but on my route level. Here I don't need to pass any type of component or anything. If someone is visiting my admin, I'm just going to redirect them. It can be any other page. I can say products. If I get here, get into my admin now, you can see I moved to products. So this is important. Now what I was talking about condition is, suppose I have a user here. Let's say user const user equals to false for current. Now if here I can have a condition, I am going to check if user is true, then I am going to navigate to some stuff, otherwise to my product. So here if user is true, then maybe I'm going to navigate to let's say I have a component as admin, then I'm going to load this admin, otherwise I'm going to go back to home page. Let's add this condition. Let's create a new component, let's say admin.js rafc. I have this admin. Let's add a class as component. Great, and I just need to import it at the top. Let's say import, which is going to be my admin. I know this is looking pretty much of mess right now, but we have a solution for this, which we will be discussing by the end of the section. It's a different concept. Component slash admin. Okay, great. Now if my admin is true, then I'm going to have this component, otherwise I'm just going to move to home. So if I say admin, now I am moved to home because my admin is false. If I say my admin is true, get here. Now if I try to visit here, admin, you can see it's working. So I can have something like welcome to dashboard or some other message. Welcome to admin section. Now here I took this hand coded value of user, but what happened is maybe we are logged in and then we have some value of user in terms of state or maybe in local storage or somewhere else. So we have option to map the condition and then show component according to our condition. And this works great with admin, with profiles and few other stuff, maybe with login page, registration page. So if we are already logged in, suppose instead of user we have logged in something, logged in, I have something like logged in status, and if my logged in status is true, then I should be redirected from my login and my registration page because I am already logged in. And if my login status is false, then I should be redirected from my profile page. I should be redirected towards my login and my home page. So I can say this and it is going to work fine. Suppose I want my product to be accessed by logged in user only or user only. So I can add this type of condition here as well, that if a user is true, then I should show the product detail, otherwise just return this to somewhere else. It's not compulsory to return at home. I can return it to any page. So if someone is visiting profile, I will return it to login or registration page, or if a user is already logged in, so I will return them to profile page or home page, something like this. So I hope you got the idea what is navigate and what is this use navigate. We use navigate in terms of inside the component purpose, and we use this navigate for our routing purpose. Now remember, we can use this here as well, but it will work differently. So let's stick to their own use cases right now. That's all. I hope you got the idea in terms of navigation. Now in the next one, we are going to understand about our ID. So we don't need this to be manual. We need to have some sort of dynamic values. Otherwise, suppose if I have 1000 products, I don't need to create 1000 URL. I should have something dynamic here that we will be discussing in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about parameters. So when we are working with any type of route, we have option to add parameter to avoid repetitive stuff. That means suppose I have here this ID. If this is only just one link, it's great. But we know here we can have multiple product. I can have a product with ID 2, then ID 3 and keep on following. And if I right now try to visit ID 2, let's say I have this product, inside this I go with 1002 and it should not work. So we have a header, we have a footer, but the middle thing which is about our router is missing now. Well, because we don't have a matching location about 1002. Now what I want is I want to have a dynamic value which I can capture and then I can display one component for all that value. So it can be 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. That's where this dynamic parameter come into picture. So what I can do is I can use colon and I can give a term to this dynamic value. For now I am going to give ID. Remember, now this ID is important because I need to capture this ID everywhere. Let me save, get inside my product detail, and here I can work on that ID. Basically I can access that ID. Now if I visit here, it should work now. Let me clear, refresh. Yeah, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, all the pages are going to work. So I can get access to this information here on this particular page using multiple things actually. So there is the common one is use param. Let me import it. So let's say import, I am going to have use params, which is parameter from my React router DOM. Okay, great. Now since this is a hook, what I need to do, I need to just have access to that information. Let's say const params equals to use params, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do console log for now, but later on I'm going to explain how we use this. Let me save, get back here. You can see I get information that ID is 1004. Now we can add more information, to be honest, not just ID. Let's say I have then ID, then I have some country ID or any other information. You will see there are two type of ID. Then there can be something like name. So I have name, or I can have slug type of thing. So it's according to the website that you are working, and then I have something like ID. And then if I get here, I got an error, but I can have, so maybe I have JBL headphone Z10, then I have that ID that is 1001. If I enter, you can see I got the name and ID. So basically I get access to all the parameters that I am dealing with. Parameters after this product slash, after this, all of this is parameter that I am trying to access here. And then whatever I want to do, I can do inside our product detail page. For now, let me remove this and go back to our ID only. Remove this. Yeah. Get here. Yeah. So this is my ID. Now the important thing is here we have access to this ID. That means I can send a request to my database, get the product for that ID, because I know it's a product page. I know I got from here. Here I can use a use effect, send a fetch request to get information about that particular product. So params.id is going to give me that product ID, and then I can access all the information about this product. Once I get that, I can display here with my JSX. For now I'm just going to say product, and since I have access to this product ID, I can display it here. I can just utilize my dynamic values and I can say this product and product ID, and I can remove this console. If I save, get back here, you can see 1001, or I can just remove this as well. Yep, it's great. Now I can access any type of ID and it will be dynamic. I can have specific image for this product, I can have description, anything that I want that I can fetch through my database. So that's how this is going to work, and it's interesting concept. Now the other one, similar to our use params, we have search param. It basically helps us to access all type of other parameter. Maybe you are using question mark, then maybe you are using parameter for your keyword. So basically you are trying to search something, and then in your URL you might have a query, you might have other parameters like in stock is true or any other type of filter. For example, here maybe I'm on my products page and here I have search param like question mark, then query equals to React, something like this. Now if I need to access this, I am going to utilize search param. If it was dynamic connected to our route itself, we can access it through use param, but here this is something different. These are specific parameters and for them we need search param. So let's get into my product list, and here let me import it. Let's say import, it is going to be use search params, and I need to import it from React router DOM. Now this works a bit like state in the type of importing and everything. So I'm going to have a constant. It is going to return me two things. The first thing is to access this information. The second thing is to change it. Maybe we want to set it. So I'm just going to access the information which is search params, and I can directly use this. Now for now let's get here and do a console log, console.log, let's say search param. Now let me save this one, get back here. It's empty right now, but I know I need to fetch information for my key parameter, so I can do dot get, and here I can pass whichever the key term is. So if I say q, get back here, and here you can see I have access to React. Now there can be other type of parameter. Maybe I have and so this can be my keyword at the time of search, suppose. So it is my keyword, and then I have other filter, suppose, and my second filter is about my price range or stock. So I can say in stock equals to true. With the third one I have information is about rating, which is equals to 4. If I have something, some URL like this, I need to get here. Now it is not Q, it is keyword, and I can have information about each one of them. Let's say keyword, then I have in stock, then rating. Let me save, get back here. You can see React, true, and 4. Then using this information, maybe we want to do some type of filtering, send a new request, whatever we want to do, we can do that. So let me separate this here so it's easy for you to replicate later. Yeah, let me save, get back here, and here you can see things are working fine. So it totally depends on us what type of parameters we are using. So that's the second method, which is search params, and it works pretty well during filtering stuff, during search stuff, or just having some information. Now I am also going to discuss about the third one, which is pretty common, which is location. Now use location basically gives us information about everything, and it can be our hash or anything else. So let's say use location. Here let me delete these two, going to comment this one, and then here I am going to have const. Remember, this also returns a set option, so something like set search param, calling that we can update the search basically. But let me get here const, and here I can have my location. I can use my location. That's it. Let me try to do console log. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see all the information. So this gave us information about our hash, our key, our path, our search, and our state. So what we are getting is, let me also add a hash. Let me add a hash as top. Maybe we got from top to bottom or something like this. So if we observe here, our hash is top. I got this information. That means keys default path name is basically this, on which page we are, and then search is basically everything that we are passing in terms of parameter, search parameter. So here you can see. So this is useful. Also again, it has multiple use cases. Maybe we need to send our API request, or maybe we are trying to filter certain stuff. So this works well. You get access to information. So when you just need the dynamic value, this ID is great, and we can use param because it's a specific use case. If you observe here, I am taking different example on product page. So this works great when we need to fetch the ID. Then if I am on product page, I am going to have different other parameter. Then I am going to utilize search param. So I can have information about my keyword, other terms. Or if I need to have access to everything, then I am going to utilize use location. The problem with use location is we get everything. Now we need to filter out stuff on our own. Whereas when I'm using search param, I can just get information for that particular keyword. If I want for keyword, if I want for query, if I want for stock, my rating, I can get that individually. They have their own use cases depending on our requirement. I'm going to do this here so it will be easy for you to copy later. Yeah. So that's how this is also going to work. That's all. We got a lot of information here. Thank you for following, and in the next one I am going to talk about a case where we don't have any type of route. That means maybe we entered something random. Maybe we entered something like, now I want to move to 404 page not found. If you remember, there is some stuff like that. So suppose here I get this. So what it is showing is not found. This page doesn't exist. We have this header, we have this footer, but we need to show this stuff. So basically we need to create a component, and let's discuss about this in next one. But I hope you got the idea that page doesn't exist, no match route, then we need to do some task. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us create a condition for page 404. That means no page found, no route found, something like this. So all we have to do is at the end we can have a route. Basically, I can have a route with a path that is matching to everything. So we go from top to bottom. We first match with this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Okay, let's say admin. If we are not able to find any one of them, then we are going to get inside our path. It's everything basically. And here I can mention which component to load. I can mention a new component. Basically I can say page not found, something like this. So I can have a component page not found, and I can save this one. I need to create this. So let's get here. Since we don't have this right now, I need to go with page not found. Copy, paste, get into my component, create a new file .js rafc, remove this 404. Oops. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see 404. Oops, let me clear this, refresh again. Yeah, no errors. So that's how this is going to work. That means if I randomly visit any type of maybe wrong link, maybe I visit a link of login right now, it is going to be 404. Oops. Now this trick also works here as well. So if I go here, if I have this user, I don't want to redirect, I can show this. It's work to fake stuff. For example, if my user is false, and if they try to visit admin section, it will show 404. Oops. But if my user is true, now they visit this link, they have welcome to admin section. Something like this can work to just have improved routes. I hope you got the idea how to create something like page 404. Now before ending this lecture, let me also experiment with the product ID. Let's say I get here, I get into 1, and then if I add certain information, now if you observe, this is products, this is ID, but now there is no matching URL or no matching route to something like this. So what happened is it moves towards 404 because something like this doesn't exist. But if I open this, this is going to work. But if I add any other information, it is not going to be working. Let's say I am on contact, things are working. But suppose if I add any other information, let's say ABC, enter, it's not going to work. Similarly, with every URL. So if I add any other information after my home page, if these are not mapped, then it will be here. If I add any other information after my products, then it will go inside here because we have ID. But if I add any other information after my ID, it is going to get here. So that's how things are navigated. Remember, it is going from top to bottom. One more thing that you might be asking, and I already mentioned it, that you can pass information props with these components. These are normal component, you can pass them. So for example, here I can pass a component like title and I can say 404. And then inside here I can access this title like normal prop, and here I can use it. Let me save, get back here. You can get here to random ABC. You can see it's still showing 404. So you can pass props to your component. I hope you got the idea. So that's all for this lecture. In the next one, we are going to discuss about nesting. Yep, we can nest routes as well. Something like our contact. Currently we have contact, but suppose I have contact US, I have contact Europe. So I need to show some common information on all and then individual component for each one of them. Okay, I will be discussing them in the next one. That's all for now. Hey there, welcome back. Now we are going to discuss about nested route. What I mean by this is, suppose I have this route. Now I have another link which is going to be /in, that is for India. Then I have another one which is going to be for maybe Europe, let's say EU. And then I have another one which is going to be for US, let's say US. So I want this information to be common on all of them. So suppose I have this on home, let's say this should appear on all of them, and then there can be any form and everything. But if I say, if I visit this IN, I should have this information along with that Indian information. So what I mean by this is, okay, let me save this and get here. So what I mean by this is that I need to get this component as well as the Indian component. If I go with Europe, I need this component as well as the Europe component. If I go with US, I need this component as well as the US component. And if I go with anything else, ABC, I should get a 404 component. So I hope you got the idea what our requirement is, that this should be common, but then the other component as well. How we can do that? Either we can define individual component for all of them and then copy this on all of them, or we can use nested route. So I am going to have this route, and instead of this self closing one, now I am going to have the closing tag for this, which is going to be slash route. Let me take all these three that should be inside here. Let me indent, and since this is contact, this should be direct in, this is EU, this is US, and here I can define component for this, which is contact in. I have already created it. For EU it is EU, for US it is US. Now if I save, I can now have this whole section. So if I visit contact, just contact, it will open my contact. But if I open contact slash in, then it is going to get into contact in. If I go with contact slash EU, then it will go with contact EU. This contact is going to be there, but then this will be there. If I get here, I got an error because I haven't imported, and you can see what mess we are doing at the top. Remember, I have a solution for this, and we are going to talk about it once we complete entire routing, because this is intentional. I want to talk about the structuring part. So I am going to just import my contact in from, go with my component, and then contact in. I need to do similar job with my EU and US. Let's say EU and then US. Let me save, get back here, get here, go with my contact, still working fine. To be honest, this is not going to work. Let's say in. Okay, this is working fine, but I don't have access to the Indian component. This in. I don't see in. I see contact, but I don't see in component. Let's say US. Go with my US. I don't see US component. And if I go with EU, I don't see Europe component. So what is happening here? Well, we need to add something inside our contact, which is going to be our outlet. Yep, you heard it right. That's the term, outlet. So here we need to import this. I need to go with outlet, and then wherever I need to insert that component, I can import it. I can just say outlet and then close it. Let me save, get back here. So this outlet will be replaced with any of the component that we are trying to load. So if I get here now, you can see this is EU. So now I have US, I have India. This is working great, and the greatest thing that we can do right now is we can set it anywhere. So suppose after showing all the information about my contact, I have this, and then I am going to have a form at the bottom. I can do that. So if I save, get back here, you can see. So maybe I am showing the phone number here. So if someone visit IN, I am showing the phone number here, rest all the information here. Something like this, maybe about my WhatsApp number, email, everything is here. Then phone number, address will be here according to the country. If I go with EU, then you can see EU. If I go with US, you can say US. And this is at the bottom, so I can have more content here. My JSX is, it's depending on me. At the top, it's depending on me. So I hope you got the idea how we can utilize the power of nesting. One more thing we can do is, suppose we created page for US, we created page for India, we created for Europe. But what if they visit something like any other country or continent, something like this? What will be the task? Let's say they type AU here. If I press enter, I get into 404. But what I want is, if someone type something like anything, if someone type anything, instead of loading AU, I can show any specific component to them. It can be anything, but I can show them. So to all the other part of the world, I can have contact other, something like this component. To all the other part of the world, I need to show this route. I can do that. Currently this doesn't exist. I'm going to get an error, but we can do that. If I just pass this contact here, if I just pass US for a moment, you will get an idea. So if suppose someone come on to AU, it will load this component. Suppose if someone comes with maybe Japan, you can see it is loading here. So we can pass any type of country now and it is going to load. So I hope you got the idea. This is optional stuff depending on our requirement, but this should be fine. Okay, let me get to home page. Okay, that's it. I hope you got the idea. We have covered almost everything a beginner should know. Now at this point of time, you might be thinking, what is this mess? How we are going to handle a big project? Because if you observe, we can handle routes, because at the end of the day, they will be limited. Instead of having 10,000 product, now we have just single link, and similarly others will be followed. But what is this? How we are going to handle these type of import? And what if we work on a big project? This will be filled with like hundreds of files. So how we are going to divide them? Well, there is a solution, and for that we need to discuss about structuring of our files again. Now remember, this entire structuring that we are going to do is by our own experience. This is not default from React. Every company, they started following some similar pattern, so this structuring is going to be done according to that. So in the next lecture, let us talk about how to structure our component and this whole mess as we grow with our project. So thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us try to improve our folder structure and how to import and export thing. One thing you need to understand is that all of this that we are going to do right now is not by official React. We are doing it because it is followed in the community. That's it. There is no specific reason. And since the method is great, it helps us to improve the entire way that we are importing and exporting stuff. So we are going to follow that. One thing you also need to understand, that the section about routing is over. We have completed entire routing. Take this as a separate section where we are restructuring our project according to our requirement. Now let's focus on what I mean. So now till this point of time, we had only component folder. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to add a new folder, and I'm going to call this as pages. Now why I am creating this pages? Because since we have already covered routing, now you can understand that there will be only certain page with our whole thing. Rest, there will be component that will be inside our page. For example, we have header and footer component. These two are not pages. These two are component that is used everywhere. So what we can do is we can keep them in component and shift a lot of things into pages, and then we can divide things as we move forward and grow our project. Let me explain you with practical example. Let me open this. So we have a home page. Great. Let me move this into page. Then we have a product detail page. Great. Let me move this here. Then we have our product list page. Awesome. This is great. Page not found. Yep, I have that. Header, nope. Footer, nope. Contact EU, IN, US, nope. Contact us. Yep. And then admin. Okay, great. So now these are all the pages basically. Maybe later on we are going to create few other items that will be inside our component. So that's how we can create things. We can also divide them into folder. So if you think there are too much stuff related to contact and only for contact, I can create a contact folder and move stuff around it. Okay, we are going to do that. Don't worry. We will be solving all of this. But before that, I'm going to I need to fix all the import before that, because all the imports are messed here. Now this is not from this admin, is not from component. Nope. We need to fix that. So before fixing it, let's try to create more mess. So now we know that there will be more stuff related to contact. So what I can do is I can create a new folder and I can have specifically for contact. Inside this I will have main information, main page for contact, and all the specific contact component that we know we will never use again anywhere else. So I can keep it here. Awesome. This is specifically for contact. Now maybe we have certain component for home only. I can create a page for that and keep my home as well as home specific component that will be inside our folder. Now, do we need to import like this? Because at the end of the day, if we increase our route, it will be pretty mess to handle them. No, we don't need to do that. What we do is we usually create an index.js for our component and for our pages. And here we say export. What we need to export? We need to export header from, and here inside this I need to mention everything. I will be having a header and I will be having a footer. Remember, we need to do it only one time. That will be inside our index. Now if I need to access this, if I get here inside my app, now instead of importing them in a two separate way, what I can say is header comma footer from my components. That's it. Now if I had 10 item, I can just say header footer and then all the 10 item from my component, and I will import them inside my index.js, inside my component. So everything will be here. Now if I need to use them anywhere else, I can do that. I don't need to remember where my header is, where my footer is. That's great. Let's do something similar for my pages. Let's create a index.js here, and what I'm going to do this exact same thing for each one. That's just one time job. I need to say export. Let's start with my home. Let's say home from, it will be from my home. Now I need to do something similar. After home, I am going to say I am going to create for my admin, suppose. Then after admin, I am going to have for my page not found. I am going to restructure them at the end. Then I have my products, that is product list. Then I'm going to have my product detail. Then I am going to have my contact from contact/contact. Then I will have my contact in from my contact/contact in, and similarly the US and the EU. Now I can have them in a proper order. I can say at the end it will be page not found, and till then this will be the order. So I have them together, and now instead of doing this, what I can do is I can have home comma list comma for my detail. Then I can have my contact. Then at the end I will have for my page not found. In between I will have for my IN, Europe and US. Let me remove all of this. Am I missing something? I am missing admin. Let me remove all of this. So that's how I'm going to import it. Now I'm going to, instead of going from import from component, I am going to import them from pages, and that will be from index basically. So you can either you need to mention, if you not, it will be default from index. So I can say this. That's it. We have resolved our mess, and make sure you have comma everywhere. Let me save. Now if I get here, you can see things are still working. Let me go to US. Yep, it's working fine. That means that this is one way to structure stuff. Now later on, when you have more component, you can divide them into folders. You can have a folder for layout that is going to have your footer and header. Maybe on your home page you have testimonial section. Maybe on your product list page you have card section. On product detail page you have section for your add to cart or maybe FAQs. So there will be many more component, and it can be divided into layout, sections. It can be divided according to elements for your button, FAQs and lot more. So yep, you can divide stuff. All you need to take care now is to have them exported carefully in your index.js on pages as well as component. Like here we divided the stuff into folder, but we are exporting from our index carefully, so we are able to access in just one go. That's the first step to have pages. Now I still don't like this route. Is there any solution? Yes, there is a solution. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a folder called as routes, and inside this I can move all this stuff. I can create a new file, let's say all routes.js, and here I can basically move everything. This is going to work like a component, let's say RAFC, and here I will first create a fragment, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of this, add them here. And one more thing I need to do is, since these are using all of this component, so I'm going to take them. I am going to add at the top all the component that was required here, and I am going to save it, and then I am going to import that route here, but I am also going to take this, add it at the top. And now I am going to import my all route from routes/all route, and here I can just add this individually, let's say all route. Awesome. So what we just did is we converted everything related to our route, its import and all this stuff here. So it's a separate file. In future, if we want to create more routes, we can create a file and then add them here. Also, we don't require main here now. What usually happen is we keep main at the top for these pages. So if I get into my page now, get into admin, so usually what happen is we cover everything inside main, because we know this is a page, this is not a component now. We are treating it as a page. We know it is going to have all this stuff inside it. Now I need to do something similar for all of them, but we are not going to cover this EU, this IN, this US, because I know these are component for me. So let's do that. Let me quickly do. Let me get into here. Let me have my main. Awesome. Let me take this, and I'm going to fast forward it so it will be easy for you. So that's it. Now you can see the improved structure. We have everything pretty clear. This is our header. Then we are going to have all route, then footer. Then if I get into my routes, if I am going to have a particular route, I am going to get into these type of pages. Now these pages can have their own component or they can have common component. Also all of these routes have header at the top and footer at the bottom. Now if I get back to my routes, I just need to fix this because now the import is changed, so it should be from pages here. If I save, get back here, things are working fine. If you have any other type of name, then please mention, otherwise by default this is index only, so you don't need to mention index everywhere. Awesome, now this is much better. We have a better structure, we have this and routes and we have pages. Okay, everything is working fine. That's all. I hope you got the idea, not just about routing in the previous section, but about how to restructure stuff, because now I will recommend you to follow this. We have our asset folder, we have our component, we have our route, and we also have our pages. In future you create your own route, maybe for protected, for your private, keep them here, and then later on you can import stuff. And also I try to keep my pages with main, so the only reason is if I get here, get into inspect, now you can see the clear structure. This is header, this is main, this is footer. Inside my header I know this is about logo and this is about my navigation. Similarly my main can have multiple section. If you remember earlier we did that, so each one of them will be a section. I can have multiple section, and then this is my footer. So I really want to have a proper semantic page. That's all for this section. I hope you got the idea. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one.